I'm hoping, but then again, you never really know. So, let's see. Let's see here. Just want to make sure everything's in the right place. Because I think the phone has issues now. May have to get a new one. Just saying. Let's see here. Yeah, I may have to get a new phone. Really don't want to do that, but we'll see. Okay. Let's see how things go. Space. Okay, so today we're gonna be working on the animatic. Oh, this is the millipede. I can't use that. Think of your spell right on my head. Gave you away to the wind. I hope it was worth it. Okay, so what we're gonna do, we're going to find some cute poses real quick. We need cute poses today. It is actually very detrimental we find some cute poses. Let me see, can I find something in the end? No, not that one. We'll pick something nice. I guess we can use this, but I'm not. I guess I'll use this one. Feels like a spell right on my head. Gave you away to the wind. I hope it was worth it. For today, we're doing a animatic. So I'm gonna see if I can get it out of the way today. But we're gonna need some anime girls for this one. This one's gonna be anime girl heavy to a degree. So we're gonna get some cute characters in here real quick. Okay, I'm just gonna open the thing. Hold up. Settings, chat. Meet again. Oh, it's already on. Okay, so it's not a big deal. Okay, I thought it wasn't. Okay.
Patty Duplessis said you're good.
Thank you. Okay.
Jacka asks what app do you use?
Clip Studio Paint. Feels like this fell right on my head. Gave you away to the wind. I hope it was worth it.
Patty Duplessis said you're good at trading.
You're good at trading? Oh, I mean drawing. Okay. Thank you. Gave you away. I hope it was worth it.
Patty Duplessis said yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Let's see.
Addison Punzel said what is it going to be?
I'll hold that off for right now. I'm not gonna say per se. I want to see if I can do it.
Hedgehog said hello. D.
Hello. Ow. I want that to be a surprise to me. I'm alone, I'm a broken home. I gave you all the breaks that I already know. I'm letting go, I'm breaking these walls down, breaking these walls down. If you want to finish it, then follow home. But if you want to travel, then go alone. alone. Yeah, what's the point in us if I never know? If you're gonna leave, I'ma let you go.
Thank you. It's been a while since I've been in your live stream. It's alright. You're so good at drawing. Thank you. We're gonna do an animatic today. I'm gonna see if I can get it in today. And then we'll go play video games later. Now, the lower half of the stomach is a little bit too pudged out, so we're going to fix that real quick. Like that. On. Like that. I'm doing animatic. This one's gonna be pretty anime female heavy today. We're gonna put this on the side for now. This will be one. We need a total of 3 of them. Okay, let me see. We need a second one. Okay, this one's fine. We need a blue one. We need a total of 3 of them. Yes. Well, you'll see. I'm not gonna say who yet. This is gonna be for tomorrow. I'm gonna try to get this done today for the animatic for tomorrow. If I can't get it done for tomorrow, I'll get it done for Friday. Let me see.
Carpanda said if you have spare time.
Let me see here. Hold on.
Studio Remax said, what software do you use to draw?
Clip Studio Paint. It's Clip Studio Paint. The head is too big, so we need to make it smaller. Making 3 of them. I think they're relatively the same height too, to be honest. I think most of them. Stomach's a little bit. Hello. Okay, there we go. This is the base, that's the second one. Apparently I made a mistake the other day and did not save the other one. I was like, ah, fuck. So I had to do this all over again, so. Okay. I would say this pose might be the best one too. Never again. I can see the crowd. Could we stop this gravity bringing me down? I can't breathe and I don't wanna die. Stop this gravity. I don't wanna say goodbye. Hold on. Okay.
Penny Duplessis said you're good.
Thank you. These are just bases for right now.
Most days I can barely leave my bed. Someone lives rent free inside my head. I see I'm not okay.
Okay.
I'm terrified when I go to sleep, when I close my eyes.
Good.
What the hell am I supposed to do? Oh my God, I can't breathe, and they don't know where angels coming.
Okay, gladers.
To the midnight sky. You only know what you meant. You only know the time we spent. Take the pain from my heart and begin again.
Okay, we got our 3. Now what we're gonna do, I'm gonna try to do them at the same time. That'd be interesting. Let's see. Sky. You only know what you meant. You only know the time we spent. Take the pain from my heart and make it whole again. Better yet, I want the leg to be out more. I want the leg to be here. Marvel Rival? Are you serious? Are you serious?
it whole again.
Like here, and then put the handle here.
Hey, do you wanna come round now? Say around 5:30.
Morgan Jada says, I wonder what is it gonna be called.
We'll figure it. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see.
You got your desires, always starting fires. Losing sleep, I'm in too deep, I'm hiding Michael Myers.
Yerla says hi.
Hello.
Rising higher, standing tall, but you will fall 'cause we
Mammoth Head says, I bet your mom walking in on you.
dragging me under the table. Telling her eyes, she wants to put me
Dude, it's just standing. Chill.
beautiful liar.
And even if she did, she wouldn't say anything because she knows what I do.
She wants to devour my soul.
Fuck.
Part of the outfit is like that, I think.
You got your desires, always starting fires. Losing sleep, I'm in too deep, I'm hiding Michael Myers. Building an empire, we're rising higher. Standing tall, but you will fall, 'cause we all hear the choir. Beautiful lies, dragging me under the table. Hell in her eyes, she wants to put me in a hole. Beautiful liar, holding me, I'm a neighbor.
This part needs to be fixed.
She wants to devour my soul.
Fuck.
I think it's actually quite hard. Let me check real quick. Based on the outfit. 1 second. Laters, okay.
Beautiful lies, dragging me under the table. Hell in her eyes, she wants to put me in a hole. Beautiful liar, holding me, I'm a neighbor. Getting me dry, she wants to devour my soul.
Oh, okay. That's what it looks like. Okay, just to make sure I'm doing it right. Alright, there we go. Okay. Let's shave some parts down a little bit. I think I made some parts a little too wide. So let's... Yeah, I think that's fine, but... Like that. Okay. Let's fix this part.
Tell me what's the point if I lose myself? Spend a couple days with nobody else. Holding in my breath just to see if I can find you.
Now what we're gonna do,
I'm getting tired of losing faith and everything I see. The beauty
there we go. The hand about here.
Jada says I could imagine Bone Studios going the same route as DC Studios.
I can see that. I can see that. I don't need this anymore here. also an artist. Cool. I am working on an animatic. Hello.
Movie Jada says my adventures with Yuga are yama than my adventures with Minoshino.
I'm not sure who those are.
Yes, I agree.
Based on name.
Movie Jada says my characters.
Oh. Okay, there we go. Okay, now shape this a little bit. I think that's good. I don't like how dirty it looks. We have to fix some areas. Oops. Like that. Okay. Pretty cool. Alright. I still think the breast's a little too big. It looks kind of weird. Like a giant balloon. We have to change that. So what we'll do is there. There's the breast. Oh my God, you are the devil.
Movie Jada says my adventures with Shoto Todoroki would sound pretty.
Now since we have an idea, we can turn these down and do it again, but this time clean it up. Okay, now we're gonna
stuck in the back of my head and I'm dead. Why? Cause the devil inside me and everything that I see is red. Vision is blurry, I'm in a hurry, my skin is starting to shed quick. Call up the doctor, swallow some pills, maybe I'll wake up in bed. I'm a disaster, can't move faster, honey, I'm off the edge. No funny stopping me, I'm in your pocket, gotta take care of my ledge. My friends are dead, I'm losing my head, I gotta
Shit.
get back to this
Okay.
I am unstable, willing and able, give you this body to pledge. Oh my God, you are the
Just check your channel. Thank you. I get that a lot. But one day, we'll see where that goes in life.
Oh my God, you are the
Devil. Okay, actually, let's turn this out. Okay. Now shape this down a little bit. We don't want it so thick.
It's okay to be afraid, but keep the dream
I'm doing an animatic.
It's okay to be afraid, but keep the dream
Jada says of all my adventures with Artextric.
You're funny.
Think about it, it won't tell you what
What
I
a
saw.
ball.
When you break it up, you'll see who had it all. You had it all. You said you wanted to
Fall into oblivion.
forget about the world we're living in. Oh, yo,
Morgan asks, would you like to see the
Unrelated, but would you like to see the fan art I was working on when I was done? Sure, you can send me.
Movie Data says which studio would you want to animate at Bowie Studios or DC Studios?
It don't really matter, whoever takes me. Actually, who pays most? Which benefits I get most. I'm not really for getting hired by AAA studios because the bullshit I hear too much is way too much.
you can't fall asleep when you're counting stars. Get it together. Your mind can't sleep when you let it start. But now you wanna see me fall. From a golden man, I can see you at the core.
Morgan asks at Artextric,
Think about it, I won't tell you what I saw. When you break it up, you'll see who had it.
Clean up the MCU. I would actually. I'll go everything based on the comics that was supposed to be. And the DC. I would fix them both. Put everything back where it's supposed to be. Around the world we're living in. Okay.
Yes, I agree.
Okay. Go like this. Like that. You know what? Send that to Bry. Yes.
Movie Data says Bone Studios makes millions of dollars annually.
Yeah, but just because the company makes millions doesn't mean they pay their people that high.
I say sure, no problem.
It's just like the anime industry. They make millions, billions of dollars, but they don't pay their animators all that well. But then again, that's in Japan compared to America. Things are different, so I just use an example, I'm saying.
Studio Mignon says you literally draw like you know cat.
You literally draw like you're no cap. What?
Thank you, Koldar Bogas, for sending one by good afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay. Okay, let me...
Invincible.
That's one. Actually, that's... Actually, I want to change this pose. This one's a little too boring. I would pick something else. This pose is way too boring.
Empty hearts and neon lights. The playing with my mind.
Okay, this might
Gotta
work.
get out of here tonight. Oh, I wanna run off and fly. And I'll tell myself it's fine to be alone. Just to find somewhere that finally feels like
Yeah, I think this might work. I want to change this pose. I don't like the pose too much. It's too... Or maybe I should. I don't know. Maybe I should.
Mooga Jada says, have you heard of Pokemon Day?
Yeah, I've heard it.
Nate Iahado says, what's the song name?
It's called Where We Started by the non-copyrighted sounds.
Yes, I agree.
Name's Ayahado says, okay? Three cool words to keep up.
Thank you. Oops.
That's it too. Just follow.
Thank you for the follow. That. Yeah, fix this here.
Name's Ayahado says, I struggle on drawing the way sometimes weep. How do you draw them?
Hold on.
I got you covered when there's no one at all.
Shit, wrong one.
Oh yeah, and I see through the night when you got demons trying to break through the walls. There ain't no kind of line that I wouldn't cross if you need me to. You're right here.
Hold on.
Searching for signs, so I think it's finally time that you know. Nobody got you the way I do.
Just turn like
Whatever
this.
demons you're fighting through, when you need somebody to turn to, nobody got you the way I do, the way I do. Nobody, 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 yeah, got you the way I do. Nobody,
That.
nobody, nobody, nobody got you the way I do.
Let's get these ways right. So get the love handles correct.
It's getting so cold, I'll be on my way to you.
This. Like,
You know I
oop,
ain't trying to lose you.
oop, and then stick out and then go out and like that. Actually, better yet, shouldn't be straight like that.
Yes, I agree.
Searching for signs, so I think it's finally time that you know. Nobody got you the way I do.
There we go. So we curve that around, wrap that around there, and then we erase this part.
Whiteman says, hey.
Nobody got you
A little.
I do the way I do. Nobody, nobody, nobody
Bring on the
got you the
butt.
way I do. Nobody, 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 nobody got you the way I do. The way I do. Nobody got you the way I do. Nobody, nobody, nobody got you the way I do. Nobody, 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 nobody got you the way I do. The way I do. Nobody, 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 nobody got you the way I do.
Name's Ayahado says, oh, I was off happy.
Yes, I agree.
It's all about the placement of the what do you call it?
Whiteman says, what medium are you using?
If you're talking about software, Clip Studio Paint. Okay, I think that's good. Make sure the legs are consistent.
Mackenzie Tate says, damn. Mage Hato says now I want to draw now.
Should. Not this song. Please, not this song. Hold on. It's playing again. Oh, I forgot it has 3 sections.
said that's why.
Okay, there we go.
Dog asks which message.
There we go. That's good. There you go. Fuck. Right there. Too long on that. Yeah, you can jump out of here.
It says hello speech, hello chat.
Hello, Ari.
Drissy Asylum says wow.
Yeah, I know. That's why I didn't respond to it. That's why I didn't respond. I can tell who's an idiot and who's not. Majority of the time. Why do you think I didn't respond half the time? I can tell who's a moron and who's not. I've been here long enough to tell. You can tell by sometimes the things they say, and then you'll be like, okay, I know what you're about. Thank you. This only happens when I'm drawing women. It's most of the time. Ever rarely with men. Why do you think I wasn't responding? Because it's just after you don't respond, they just kind of just walk away. Because what they're doing is looking for engagement. That's what they're trying to look for. Any which way they can salvage it. I am doing an animatic, so I'm cleaning up the bases here. I can tell the way he was acting. It was like, oh, okay, he's just an idiot. That's it. pretty much. He's just looking for either some type of trolling or some form of like some type of negative engagement. So, redrawing. I am doing an animatic for a video tomorrow. Hopefully it'll be out by tomorrow.
Says we're drawing after this.
Clips do you paint?
Jolly Hunter says I wish people wouldn't troll on here at bar.
That's alright.
Polis OFC says no. What is that edit in the top left? Says and loaded .me at Clip Studio Paint.
Let me see here.
The underscore said keep up the cool drawings, have fun.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
If you are unsure on who is going to win, always bet on
The underscore said bye.
Later.
Polis OFC says okay. Says, how do you do this, bro?
Practice. Says that DJ just a gesture drawing. Amesy is Shappy says Idol says everything is perfect. Hope so.
Andy Swellfin says, what are you drawing?
I am doing an animatic for tomorrow.
Jim says it looks like Moon from Rainbow. Goddess K-Ray says it Artextric.
Okay, like that. Okay. There we go.
Yes, I agree.
Jennifer, which says what's the band name again? I know all their music videos are animal related.
Senpa Gorilla or something? Godzilla, I mean?
Jennifer, which says I got so hot I just found it recently. Suicidal says who are you drawing?
I'm holding that as a surprise.
The internet says what?
Keeping that as a secret.
Morgan also admits that
Suicidal says at Coral Rocks _ BLOX.
Yes, I agree.
Okay, there we go. So that's one.
Yes, I agree. Yes, I agree.
Right close says teach check Discord.
Okay.
Suicidal says at Coral Rocks _ blocks you're gonna talk.
Yes, I agree.
Who dot says W song.
Yes, I agree.
Bring brum bum, bring brum bum, bring brum bum bum.
Zentrad says, is there an advantage to 7.5 ODPI compared to 300? Or is it just for precise purposes?
It's more for quality. But I put everything at 750 because I can and my computer can handle it. Just because I can. Not that I even have to. But
Yes, I agree.
Back in Blazer Block says I just finished Mashing. Hopefully they have a season 3 soon.
I'm pretty sure they will.
Jesus Logu says, bro, what is this?
Hold on. Actually, you know what I'll do? I'm gonna change the pose on this one completely. So all I'll do is move this. This is what I'll do. Grab this. For now. And they'll do the middle one instead. Okay, I'll go with this one instead. Fuck it. I'll do it my own way. If I use the symmetrical tool, it might look really weird. I'm not gonna lie. This is horrible music. Fuck this. The fuck is this? That shit was pissing me off. I guess I'll do them all in their own respective spaces.
Gojo says I want Hawk Tour. says hello.
Hello, Mono. How goes it?
Janae says I'm fine. You?
I'm doing okay. Just trying to get this animatic out of the way.
Writer Close says it mono/high mono. Janae says it brighter close high bright.
Yes, I agree.
Let's go gambling! Oh, dang it. Oh, dang it.
Writer Close says it mono/mono. I'm watching it now.
Okay, it's playing the mewing playlist. The mewing playlist.
Janae says it brighter close. Okay. Enjoy extra 10 minutes.
Roses, baby.
Thank you, Echo, for sending 3x mono.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Writer Close says it mono.
Yeah, just teasing these songs are always the ones that people with sharp draw lines use. Oh, okay. I guess you're not wrong on that. Sharp draw lines use.
Janae says it Gumbus Omega Art.
I am doing an animatic for tomorrow.
Yes, I agree.
Hopefully I can get it out by tomorrow or Tuesday or Friday.
Writer Close says I wonder what's it about.
You'll see. To be honest, it's nothing too crazy. It's pretty on the nose. Hello.
Morgan said hello, Demontre.
Hello.
Writer Close says okay, so no Doctor Strange ball.
No. No, not this train, not today.
Demontre JR said $5 membership.
Yes, I agree.
I don't give memberships. Either you get one or you don't.
Writer Close says BTW everyone, check out Artextric page.
I have several, but I don't use it. I'm not doing that right now. Thank you. That pew comes from people who keep liking the stream on TikTok. The more they like, actually every 50 to 100 likes, you hear a pew. Every time you hear Markiplier says, "I agree," that means someone followed on TikTok. Okay. I gotta fix the face. Now I'm gonna turn her down. I'm gonna make whatever changes I need to the body and make it a lot more attractive. Hopefully I can do that. Oh, thank God. I thought I was about to my schizophrenia with the random. I agree. I was chilling though. I was like, voices are no. Alright, later, bro. No, it's not has to do with your schizophrenia. It's just literally the sound from my Tickfinity.
Morgan asks Artextric, have you ever drawn Rosalina from Mario?
Yes I have, but that was a long time ago. If I were to redraw her again, I think she'll look a lot better than I did the first time. This animatic will be pretty simplistic, I'm not even gonna lie. I'm doing an animatic for tomorrow's video. Or if it's for tomorrow, it's gonna be on Friday. Okay, some of the funniest ones are simplest, to be honest. I hope so. I don't know, this one's more of like... I think this one's gonna be more like fan service to a degree, but nothing too funny, I guess. It'll be like, oh, okay, I see what he's doing, I get it. With this animatic. I think this is gonna be like 4 frames. Or probably 5. We're technically on the 3rd frame, so we have 2 frames. Well, no, actually, no. Actually, no, we have these 3. I think 6, actually, if I think of it now. Probably 7. We'll see. Right, are you having any issues over there on TikTok? Any lag? Anything to the sort? Nope. Okay, so I know. Okay, at least I know that now. No, I don't care for that. And if I get copyright, I can just tell YouTube to erase it with using AI. They'll just take out the song within the video, so it's not a big deal.
Everything that was in my way is gone. It's only a matter of time before I get rid of the police. What do you think of that, Al? This is my perfect victory! That's right! I will...
Press. It's a little too... Alright, later, Mona.
close says it mono, GN mono. Janae says it right to close, GN.
I should have asked him about the shading thing, but I guess I'll ask him later. Change the light placement. So like yeah, he did, but I already helped him with it. But I don't know, I need to ask him something, but I want to change the placement of the feet. Actually, quite frank. Real quick. Okay, now I'm gonna okay.
I need
minimize his passive. I listen to a good stress.
Army of the Why is that? It's just there. It's just there. Got that I need in my life. Yeah, it's kind of like, I guess like Lady Gaga generic, I guess you can put. Okay, pretty good. Almost there.
Bigby says it's Amaru Clip Studio Paint.
Yeah, it's Clip Studio Paint.
My Hero Academia editors.
I don't know. Toxic.
You poisoned me just for another dollar in your pocket. Now I am the violence, I am the sickness. Won't accept your silence. Beg me for forgiveness. Whenever
crazy how they censor DocuSign.
Okay. It's crazy how they censor thank you channels. They did. What? All right. No. Let me see here.
How many times have you guys heard?
Oh shit! What did I just do?
How many times have you guys heard the line, "This game wasn't made for you"? How many times have you seen people?
Oh, I've heard that thousands of times.
Well, if you don't,
this game's not made for you. Okay.
Like it, stop talking about it. You know, they go and they
people who say it's not games made for you are usually the people who are not gonna make any money. Look at Brie Larson when she said that same stupid shit on stage. I didn't. The movie's not made for you are old white men or some bullshit. She said something about white men specifically. What happened to our movie? Streaming looks like is being censored. I clicked googly moogly.
Posted those memes where it's, you know, stop having fun, but they're still sitting on the couch playing the game. You know, this game is great as long as you don't have anybody screaming in your ear telling you that it's bad. Stop seeking out negative commentary and criticism on a game if you just want to have your viewpoint reinforced. Stop hitting yourself. That's what you're doing.
You're a subscriber. If you want that,
I recently saw that somebody posted an entire Reddit thread talking about me in my video on Avowed, saying that I am the one that's ruining commentary around games. I am destroying video games and the video game community. You guys are helping by watching my videos in the first place. Shame on you. The even-handed criticism that I had in my Avowed video, where I was relatively soft on them in comparison to just about any other game or any other studio, because there were parts of Avowed that I genuinely liked, and I like Obsidian as a studio. No. I'm the bad guy. Have you ever noticed a good game doesn't need anybody to run defense for it?
Yep.
It just exists. It's just there. It just does its thing.
Yep.
So it got me thinking, what are the chances that these communities are the ones that have been ruining games? We've seen so many games come out to seemingly no audience. The quest for the mythical modern audience.
You are a subscriber and you do get the privilege to make changes to the songs if you want.
That
is part of what you paid for, so it's only fair.
Where did it go?
So if you want me to play, I'll play it after this. I promise.
Who are these games made for?
Actually, that'll do. I'll play it after this.
Why are they making them for them? And why aren't they buying them? Maybe it's not me ruining gaming. Maybe it's you. You know how we can take back gaming? You can start making games yourself. And you guys can do that with today's sponsor, Boot.dev. We oftentimes hear people say, if you don't like the games today, well then go make them yourself. And here's your chance. I partnered with Boot.dev, the smartest way to master back-end development to help you build your own digital empire. At Boot.dev, you'll learn back-end web development from start to finish with Python and Go. And what's awesome is that Boot.dev knows that not everybody can afford a full membership right away, so you can sign up for free and explore every course in read-only mode. You'll get all of the theory and content without any commitment. Then, when you're ready to truly level up, a membership unlocks interactive challenges, progress tracking, hints, and full solutions. Plus, as you build real projects, you'll earn XP, level up, compete on leaderboards, and rack up achievements, all while gearing up for a career where backend developers can earn a median salary of over $100,000 a year. Every project that you complete on Boot.dev is a stepping stone to real-world success, turning your coding passion into a career that pays big. So head over to Boot.dev and use my code LegendaryDrops to get 25% off your entire first year on the annual plan. Click the link in the description, join the community, and start coding your future today. I can't be the only one who thinks that it's weird that while, yes, in some circles, some of the avowed criticism can be classified as reaching, the vast majority of it is relatively fair and observable in-game. But there has been an unbelievable amount of white knighting and running defense in the face of criticism and poor sales on Steam. Avowed is incredible, especially when you don't have a YouTuber lying to you. If you hate Avowed, you probably didn't play it. Stop comparing it to Skyrim. But if the game is so incredible, then why does it need this much defense? The same trend then plays out in Avowed Steam reviews. Plenty of positive ratings.
They said the same fucking thing for, what do you call it? Dragonvale.
Yet their words say they're underwhelmed. Game is okay. It's objectively mid. Wish there was a way to rate games I don't recommend or condemn. Some even go out of their way to tell you not to compare it to other games. This isn't Skyrim. Don't compare it to Baldur's Gate 3 or Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. It's this weird mix of gatekeeping and defensive posturing, as if people aren't allowed to be critical of something without being treated like enemies. Nobody is saying that you can't enjoy Avowed. If you do, that's great. But if somebody points out that they didn't...
That's like
$70 to be lectured for 80 hours.
Bro, I know, right? But like, that's equivalent of saying if I'm making a Dragon Ball fan animation and I get the models wrong of each character, you know people are gonna say shit to me because obviously it's based on, or at least inspired by, Dragon Ball. Like that one dude who made that Dragon Ball short that went hard with the Broly fighting Goku and Vegeta in the tournament with Chi-Chi. I think we all seen it. It's really good animation. It has that Chinese old school look kind of feel kind of thing going on. And we all know it was different from the original story, but like the point was, does the characters look who they look like in the anime? And they look like what they look like from the anime, right?
Animation was clean, dude.
It was clean. It was nice. It was pretty reminiscent of the Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z franchises. It was just like, I had no problem with it because it's completely different and separate from what it was from the original, right?
Nitroclose says, yeah, that Wakan looking animation.
Yeah, it looked really cool, right? And I had no issue with it, right? Because it would have been a problem if Goku had, like, I don't know, like he had shaved off hair, or like Chi-Chi didn't have hair, and then Vegeta's hairline is perfectly matched up, and then everything, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, everything would look off. Broly has, like, this ponytail thing going on, like, or he's wearing different clothing that you don't even recognize as Broly, you know what I'm saying? Or he made him extremely skinny for, like, no reason, not big and huge, like the Vic Mignogna version, you know what I'm saying? Like, that would have been a problem. And if anyone were to say anything, they'll say, don't compare it to the actual thing, it's not the same show. Like, obviously it's not the same fucking show, but we're using the same fucking character, so might as well let at least be as close to the original as possible. This is why I don't like changing characters up when I'm doing like a fan art or I'm doing an OC redesign. When I'm doing a redesign, I only make like 3 changes. There's like 3. But they have to be as noticeable as they are not, right? That's what makes it a bit challenging. When I'm doing a redraw, like when I'm just doing a redraw, I don't change anything. I'm just literally drawing it in my style. That's pretty much it from that point. I hate using that term. That's pretty much it. I'm not going to change anything. I might ask my client, what is this? Because I don't know what this is, or I want to make sure I'm being accurate to the source material, because I want to be as close as fucking possible to the source material, something these companies don't like doing for some odd reason. This is why Sonic 1, 2, and 3 is doing just fine, because they're going by the source material as close as possible in a realistic sense, by not shitting on the fans in the slightest and not taking away from what the thing is.
Morgan R said they love retconning.
Yes. It's crazy.
Yugoslavia says hi.
They like retconning and doing weird stuff. You know, hello, hello, hello. So it is what it is. It is what it is, though. But that's crazy.
That's not an attack. It's called having an opinion.
Nitroclose
Suddenly,
says
I
that
start hearing that Avowed
Yugoslavia
isn't made for
welcome
me,
to
that
the stream.
somehow I should have known not to buy it. Like there was some secret label that was warning me, but I had missed it. But last time I checked, well, open world fantasy action RPGs are exactly what I play. That's my genre. That's what I love. But apparently, there was some secret subsection of that genre that I don't fit into. How does that make sense? Oblivion is one of my most favorite games of all time. I just finished Kingdom Come Deliverance, and now I'm playing the sequel. I have hundreds of hours in Skyrim and Fallout. I love The Witcher 3, so how am I not the target audience for this? Maybe the problem isn't that Avowed wasn't made for me. Maybe the problem is it was made for no one. Because I've seen a lot of people arguing that games don't need interactivity, that realism isn't necessary, and that games like Avowed don't need to have those kind of features just for the sake of having them. All right, that's fine. Explain this. How does
Yugoslavia
removing basic
says it'll
interactivity
change
from
your
a
name for
first-person
30
RPG
minutes.
make it better? Please, take the time to explain that to me. How does it enhance the experience when you can't pick up objects, when you can't touch the world, when you can't interact with doors, when people don't move around towns? It doesn't. Oblivion and Skyrim are decade-old games within the same genre, using many of the same systems, yet they feel light years ahead in interactivity. And somehow, we're not allowed to compare them. And why is that? Because it makes Avowed look bad? That's the entire point. If a game that came out in 2025 is getting obliterated by a game made in 2006 and 2011, then maybe the problem isn't the comparison, maybe the problem is the game itself. Look at the lengths that they have to go to. Yesterday, I saw a Reddit thread pop up that was talking about me and my video on Avowed. It was titled, "The hate for Avowed has made me realize something. I just fucking hate gaming discourse right now. I just got done with a video reviewing the cope of a game and saying they should expect more from themselves. Honestly, why? Why does it have to be the best game ever? Why can't it be a good romp? People fucking suck and I'm sad and I'm over it, man." The top comment read, "Honestly, I think it's helpful to remember that none of this is about gaming and it has nothing to do with the games in question. What we're seeing is a global level slide into extreme partisan rhetoric fueled by both organic and inorganic media algorithms, the same mechanisms accelerating divisive politics that are bleeding into every aspect of life. Watch for keywords, trending rhetoric, and viral talking points. You can find them or some variation thereof in every form of online discourse. I'm not arguing any vast conspiracies, only saying it's an evolving consequence of destabilizing global socioeconomics combined with new technology that has allowed propaganda and echo chambers to spread like wildfire. To clarify further, I'm not saying that all criticism of this game or others is invalid. Actual criticism has always existed and is absolutely legitimate. It's only the hyperbolic hatred using all the same keywords that is nothing but a byproduct of a larger dynamic. There are many vested interests in the world who trade on, monetize, and utilize humans' capacity for hatred and fear. They've always been commodities, and now they've become one of the most powerful products in the global market. I'm highlighting this because it needs to be called out. This is the exact kind of caustic, self-defeating discourse that is poisoning gaming culture and the industry. Someone reads the title, listens to 1 minute of a video, and goes crying into an echo chamber because they're afraid that they have the wrong opinion. Nothing in this entire thread disproves anything that I said, not one point. Instead of actually addressing any of my arguments, they go straight to political strawmen, painting me as a grifter, right-wing agitator, or anti-woke, just so they can comfortably dismiss my opinion without actually having to engage with it. Because if you don't slap a label on me first, then you might actually have to consider that I, like many others, just didn't enjoy the game. Here's the thing, I don't talk about politics. I don't care about identity wars. I don't make videos talking about DEI, and that's one of the reasons why people like watching my videos in the first place. The only anti-thing I am is anti-bad games, and that video that I had made was about Avowed, a game that felt lifeless, that lacked interactivity, and it was a game that failed to meet my expectations as a fan of this genre. But these people can't process that. They can't seem to accept that somebody might just not like the game, so they have to invent some entirely different narrative, one where they are noble warriors defending against some political invasion, and they have to tell themselves that any criticism of a game is part of some orchestrated culture war, as if it couldn't possibly be that somebody just has independent thoughts about a game. This is the exact same kind of mindset that is hurting game development today. Instead of confronting valid criticism head-on, developers and their most vocal supporters are retreating into defensive narratives, dismissing critics as toxic, politically motivated, or somehow disingenuous. They are unwilling to listen to actual feedback that could actually help them improve, so instead they settle for reinforcing the same echo chambers that got them where they are in the first place. No one forced any of these people to watch my critique. They sought it out themselves, and they got angry when it didn't reinforce their own opinions. Nothing in that Reddit thread disproved any point that I made. Not a single commenter, not one of them offered a counter-argument explaining why Avowed's design decisions were good. Not one justified why basic interactivity had been stripped from a game in 2025 and how that was acceptable. Instead, they made a conversation about me and content creators because it's easier to attack the messenger than to face the uncomfortable truth. When criticism cannot be engaged with honestly, when people go out of their way to label or
AAA games DBH, we did it about time. Independent game devs need more attention. They deserve it. Stardew Valley is a perfect example. A game made just to be enjoyed.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Miss anybody who disagrees with them, all they are doing is insulating developers from reality. This isn't just bad for discourse, it's actively sabotaging the future of game design. If nobody is allowed to point out What doesn't work? How are things ever supposed to
Let's
get
get
better?
better.
This kind
Yep.
of defensive discourse sends mixed signals to the developers, and it creates an environment where studios have no idea who their audience is. Because when people just defend a game for the sake of defending it, when they attack criticism just to be a contrarian, they aren't helping a game, they're destroying it. This is exactly how we get games that are made for no one. Developers start chasing ghosts. They start building games for an imaginary audience that doesn't exist outside of social media echo chambers. Instead of focusing on what makes a game great, they're wasting resources trying to appease an undefined, ever-shifting set of expectations from a transient group looking for validation. It's how we ended up with games like Concord, Forspoken, Dragon Age: The Veilguard, and more. Games made for Twitter discourse, not players. Games that weren't fun, but were constantly propped up by people that needed them to succeed for personal reasons. Look at the ridiculous priorities that make it into modern games today. Games designed around whether or not you can pet a dog rather than whether or not it actually plays well. This is why Ubisoft thinks it's worth bragging about how many cats you can have in your village in Assassin's Creed Shadows. It's why developers are spending time designing pointless meme bait mechanics instead of actually refining their gameplay. Look at some of the most common demands that we've seen over the last couple of years. Does the game let me pet the dog? Why are female characters so sexualized? Baldur's Gate 3 would have done better if it was an action RPG. Elden Ring needs a difficulty slider, and it has an accessibility problem. These aren't real design critiques. These are discourse points. These are demands from people that engage with gaming as a conversation piece, not as a hobby. Developers keep prioritizing the wrong things, chasing an audience that only exists on Twitter and Reddit. And then they sit back and wonder why their games don't sell. Criticism is necessary. It's how this industry improves. It's how bad design gets corrected and good design evolves. But the second you start insulating a game from criticism, the second you start to punish people for legitimate complaints, you aren't protecting the game, you're ensuring that the next one is going to be even worse. You know, not too long ago, I was bringing up how people are so afraid of criticism today. So many people are afraid of any type of negative discourse whatsoever that oftentimes you'll see somebody over on Twitter put out their opinion, and if it gets rejected or criticized in any way, they'll go protect it or they'll delete their account. That writer that everybody likes to hate, Listener Mercante, she posted talking about how anybody that was criticizing about, or some of the people they're criticizing about, aren't adding anything meaningful to the industry. I commented back simply saying that that's funny because they're actually contributing with their money, which is likely the most important contribution of all, and protected. These are the kind of opinions that are shaping games. Game developers will always lean towards their fans because they're most likely the people that will buy the game in the future or their next game or whatever it might be. But the problem is that if you're not listening to those that are criticizing your games, if you're being protected from people that are trying to criticize your games, well, then your audience is going to get smaller and smaller each passing year. If you're down to the point where you have to have your fan base out there telling people not to compare a $70 AAA full-priced game to games made over a decade ago, you're in a real bad place. You're in a very, very bad place.
Let me change this.
This is why we get tone-deaf games. They are making games for their protectors. And these folks are contrarians. They see people that are out there and they see themselves as white knights and they have to defend the game that they like because, well, they can't have a wrong opinion. And the only way to not have a wrong opinion is to go after those people. Anytime they see negative comments, it sends their blood pressure up over 140. They're pulling their blinds down and checking out the window to look outside. Negative discourse can't exist. And because of that, it's painting an incomplete picture for some of these games for what a general audience actually looks like. And that's why they're not finding an audience that resonates with some of these games. And now while the players are definitely making their contribution to muddying the water and making it difficult for some of these studios to nail down who their audience is, it doesn't help that these developers are looking in all the wrong places as well. I saw a tweet the other day from Michael Dowse, Larian Studios head of publishing, and it really hit the nail on the head because he was talking about how so many of these big budget games don't actually tell players what they are before launch, nor do they understand who that audience is before they launch. They rely on billboards, hype, and broad marketing campaigns, but they fail to build any real relevance or resonance before they release. It's a completely avoidable disaster, but it keeps happening because these games are assuming that they have an audience before actually trying to earn one. And that's where this industry keeps going wrong, because for years now, publishers have still been relying on outdated methods to try to figure out what players want. Metrics, surveys, focus groups, and curated fan feedback that's painting a imaginary picture of what that audience actually looks like. Now, what makes matters even worse is today's modern internet culture where people don't actually say what they think. They say what they think they're supposed to say. They posture, they virtue signal, they perform for social approval, and if you're a game developer that's listening to that, well, you're going to get wildly inaccurate data on what players actually want. That's how we end up with insane takes like PC Gamer's recent article claiming that today's teens and young adults aren't interested in romance in video games. Really, the same teenagers and young adults that are obsessing and shipping Genshin Impact and Honkai Star Rail characters, the same ones fueling the insane success of visual novels and dating sims, they don't want romance. Interesting. But because a survey told them otherwise, now developers are going to run with that and take it seriously and start making games under the assumption that this is what people want. This is what happens when you rely on performative data rather than actual engagement. If today's teens and young adults don't care about romance, explain why Baldur's Gate 3 blew up over its character interactions. Explain why Love in Deep Space pulled nearly $500 million in revenue. Because here's the thing, surveys, focus groups, and social media feedback today aren't about truth, it's about posturing. We live in a world where people unironically call a 21-year-old a former teen in a protected class, where any romance in media is scrutinized under a moral microscope, where people are constantly worried about how their opinions will be perceived. And when that's the environment in which you're conducting surveys, you are never going to get honest answers. That's why the best way for you to be able to understand what players want isn't to ask them, it's actually just to go watch what they're playing. Look at the games that have stood the test of time. Dark Souls didn't need to pander to younger audiences to be loved by younger players. Elden Ring didn't need focus groups to figure out whether or not it was a worthwhile investment. Baldur's Gate 3 didn't need to be rewritten for modern sensibilities to be the biggest RPG in years. Marvel Rivals doesn't need to have socially safe designs to be popular. The most successful games across multiple generations are the ones that focus on simply being great games. They weren't built for a specific demographic. They weren't designed to be socially approved, and that's what made them timeless. But I think the biggest mistake that these developers are making isn't just using bad data, it's that they're trying to forcefully blend audiences that don't need to be blended. Instead of committing to a clear vision, they're trying to make a game that appeals to both youth and adults at the same time. And in the process, they're making games that don't resonate with anyone. They can't be the only one that's noticing how many mature-rated games are suffering from an identity crisis. They want to tackle mature topics.
Can you draw ahead? Can you draw ahead in several different angles? Yes or no?
Silver Shard Shirt says no.
Dude, go do that. Go do that. See, the problem, like I said, this is what I keep talking about. You guys focus on what is cool to draw than what you need to draw. Because for you to draw, you need to know how to draw it, right? If I say I wanted to draw, I don't know, Sonic doing a breakdance, first I need to know how to draw Sonic. How do you know how to draw his head? Do you know how to draw his head in different angles? Can you draw his body in several different angles? If you say no, then that's right there. You can't draw that till you know how to draw it, right? Till you learn how to draw the different angle, shapes, and forms and perspectives of that particular character, object, or whatever the case may be.
That and Ginch says what's your favorite thing to draw?
I like doing character designing for clients.
But they refuse to actually write or present them maturely. They soften the language, sanitize the characters, and dull the edges of their stories, leaving players with something that feels completely disconnected from its own themes. The reality is, mature games, or any game for that matter, really doesn't need to be designed for a specific age group. Great games are ageless. Everyone appreciates a great game, regardless of their age, and the moment that you start tweaking the language, tone, and the content to be able to pander to a specific demographic is the minute that you're going to lose the entire audience altogether.
And majority of that demographic doesn't even have money majority of the time, or they don't have enough money to hold up your game for the next few sequels, so it makes no sense.
It says I can start doing heads as well, then thanks.
No problem.
This is why, from my perspective, I don't think
this is why the idea of art block does not exist. Art block just doesn't exist.
While to target age demographics specifically in video games, unless you're actually making a game specifically for children or specifically for adults, there really isn't any reason to design a game around who it should be for. Instead, you should be focusing on what makes that game engaging. Look at the games that have stood the test of time. Halo, Dark Souls, Final Fantasy, The Elder Scrolls, Zelda, Super Mario. People who grew up playing these games didn't stop loving them when they turned 30. And guess what? Teens and young adults that are still playing those games today love those games for the same reasons. The things we loved when we were younger shaped our preferences when we got older. How many people still listen to the same music that they loved in high school? How many games do we still play that defined our childhood, or games that are like them? The core of what we find cool, exciting, or engaging stays remarkably consistent throughout our entire lives. That's why games don't really need to fit a tailored specific demographic. It just needs to tap into the fundamental love of excitement, challenge, and immersion. Yet for some odd reason, modern game developers, specifically in the US more than other places, don't seem to really understand this. Instead of making a great game, they're obsessing over trying to appeal to two different audiences.
I don't think it's not that they don't understand this. I think they just have a gun to the back of their head because they know those shareholders want them to make a certain type of game because they need those, get that ESG money or whatever the case may be, or the DEI money. Now, because of Trump and the whole DEI thing, maybe that may not be a thing anymore. But then again, at the time, and some of these contracts go a few years past that because they assume that the current zeitgeist was going to be forever the way it was, which is stupid to think. But anyway, most of them thought this way. So this is what I think Neon said. The Marvel movies that you're going to see now are just written off Marvel movies that was already written like several years ago, or like 4 years ago, 3 years ago. So when we're saying, oh, they're still woke, or whatever the case may be, I don't think that's the case. I think what's happening, you're seeing a jet lag of what's going on, and then when they actually come to form, as in do the reboot, or they try to do a retcon of certain things, or they try to, what's the right word? They try to fix or walk it back type stuff. By the time that happens, we'll be like in 2035 or 2030. So the movies that you're seeing now that are considered quote unquote woke, or whatever issues that is plaguing them, they're only signed off because Disney signed them years beforehand. So it's not like they're making a new movie right now with woke topics that's going on right now. What they're trying to do is get rid of the stuff that is not going to make money. This is why movies like Captain America, Brave New World, and movies like Snow White we're just trying to get them out as fast as possible. We're not really trying to push these movies like that. We're just trying to get them out because we're contractually obligated to put them out because of whatever licenses or everything we had to, get to that point. So sadly, right now, for those who are still going to hate us, it's kind of expected at this point. But I don't think Disney is going to keep doing this because they need to make money, and they're getting rid of a bunch of their divisions and these DEI programs because they know they're not making no money from it, and X, Y, and Z. Because the bottom line, no matter if they're ideologically captured or not, they know the number one bottom line of their whole thing is to make money. So that's the whole point of all of this. It's just to make money. That's it. It's all about money. Money speaks, money talks. So whether you're a super woke person, super far left, super far right, or somewhere in the middle, or where the case may be, we all know that the number one thing to get things done is with money.
The exact same time, adults because they have the money, and teenagers because they think that's the best way for them to stay relevant. And as a result, we start seeing these games that are these Frankenstein monstrosities that are trying to be everything for everyone, but end up resonating with no one. Look at Veilguard. I keep coming back to this game, but it really is the perfect onion of poor game design and audience recognition. The more you peel back, the more misguided you find it is. I mean, think about it. The characters in the game, androgynous and sterile. Yet for some odd reason, they include romance. Why would you put romance into a game that you can't actually be attracted to the characters that are in the game in the first place?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. You can't be romantic. You put romance in a game where everyone looks really androgynous. Like,
Right for close, says dang law.
Right? It's like, if everyone's a square, who am I attracted to, right? If everyone looks like the same shape of a square, who is the most attractive? Right? Think about it. If we're a white square and we're the same exact square, same color, same everything, what makes me different from the rest? And we're saying the same things. We're saying the same things. We're doing the same things. We look the same. You know what I'm saying? Stop them. You know what I'm saying? Like, stop this.
Over-explained, infantilized, and completely disconnected from the game's supposed mature themes. The core fan base, likely in their 30s, get treated like children. This is why so many modern games end up feeling soulless, because they aren't being designed with a strong creative vision. They aren't being designed for a real audience. They're being designed to pass through multiple layers of corporate approval, sensitivity checks, and marketing analysis, stripping away anything that makes them feel personal, passionate, or bold. Instead of creating something great and letting it find its audience, they're trying to chase some imaginary audience that doesn't actually exist. The best games don't need to be age restricted to find success. They just need to be authentic. That's why games like Elden Ring and Monster Hunter pull players from across multiple generations, because they focus on gameplay first, and that's the most important.
Shit, there's grown-ass men who's past their 30s and 40s who are literally still collecting Pokemon cards to this day. They're collecting Pokemon cards till this day. Till this day!
They don't compromise to fit some imagined modern sensibility. They don't try to be everything for everyone. I get that my criticism and language at times may be colorful. But that's because it's authentic. That's because I'm saying what I mean, and I mean what I say, in my opinion. I'm expressing them openly. And I'm going to get some critical feedback out of it. I'm going to get some people that are critical of me. And guess what? I listen to that stuff because that's how you get better. You need that to be able to improve. But when you have audiences that are out there that are trying to shield games from criticism, shield these developers from the people that don't like their games, well, they're doing far more harm than they actually know. And also, it's just rat behavior, and it deserves to be called out. It's disgusting. You know, these companies have to adjust and adapt. Their methods are outdated. The internet is often inauthentic. And because of that, you have misled creatives that are using performative developers to make performative games for performative audiences, a whole lot of pretending, a whole lot of bad data, and a whole lot of games without any audience. You need observable data. This industry is evolving to the point where it's becoming much more scientific. You need to actually observe your subject, see what they want, see what they're doing.
I'm doing an animatic for a video that's coming out tomorrow, Friday.
Now, I've talked about this before, but I was in on Baldur's Gate 3's early access. Incredible journey. Developer notes were really detailed. The feedback that we would get, the panels from hell, the updates that they would do. The entire time, while they were collecting data, they were doing polls and stuff like that as well. But for the most part, they just sat back and watched how people interacted with the game. What did people try to do the most? What did they, what spells did they use? What classes did they pick? What choices did they make? They took that data and then iterated on it, and they just acted as a tailor.
Just a video.
Fitting it like a glove to the player. And that's how you get great games. That's what you have to do nowadays. You can't come up with some pre-designed audience anymore. That doesn't work. You can't go and read social media. You can't watch, you can't listen to like things that are said on Twitter or on Reddit, because oftentimes people aren't really saying what they mean. They're just saying whatever they can to get the most people to agree with them, because they need that interaction. They need to be accepted, baby. Right here. Get that validation right into my vein. But that's what you have to do. You have to ignore that kind of stuff. You have to be dynamic. And I think a lot of these companies are still stuck in their ways. And because of that, it's leading to a lot of these games failing to find an audience. I love topics like this.
Sanders said
you guys got to keep in mind, I am a marketing major that got into construction. I have a degree that I never got to use. It's the whole reason I made a YouTube channel to begin with, was because I wanted to understand what players' needs were. I wanted to understand how these games were finding an audience, or how they were failing to find an audience. And I wanted to be somebody that could advocate for games to be able to reach audiences better. I think that once I get a little bit more comfortable with YouTube and I feel a little bit more stable on the platform, I'll probably start to try to get into at least consulting with marketing and, customer outreach and stuff like that. Because I think that personally, I think I could do a lot of help. I don't know. There's probably plenty of people that are out there, especially on Reddit, apparently, that wouldn't want me to do anything of the sort. So, I don't know. We'll see. But anyway, hope you guys enjoyed the video. If you guys did, well,
is it your art?
Like the video, share with your friends, follow me on Twitch, follow me on Twitter. People have been enjoying me over there. If you didn't like the video, well, I guess I'll see another post on Reddit. Outside of that, my friends, stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe. I'll see you in the next one.
Cool.
Family.
Oh my God. Hold on, let me move this out of the way real quick. Are you serious? That really happened? Oh crap.
Right or close says family.
Family. Is the Wonder Woman video game really get canceled?
Hey guys, welcome back to Clownfish TV. This is Neon. I am not here with Geeky Sparkle. We're going to give you some video game news. We're going to talk about Warner Brothers Games scrapping the Wonder Woman game. laying more people off. I mean, his studio's on fire, man. I mean, they got rid of their CEO or their president. I guess he's stepping down. Layoffs at Rocksteady. They shut down Multiverses. They've been closing studios left and right, laying people off left and right. Warner Brothers has no idea of what they're doing in the video game space. I mean, I have no idea what they're up to. There are rumors though that they're apparently going to do a Batman Beyond game. I'm like, with what people? I don't think you're going to have anybody left. But we're going to talk about this shocking turn of events, and this might be a good thing. This might actually be a good thing because the way that Warner Brothers has been lately, the way that these AAA games have been lately, I have to wonder if Wonder Woman wouldn't have been a pretty crappy game. So, or at least a very expensive flop. And they can't afford expensive flops anymore. So we're going to talk about this. Before we get into it any further, please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants, guys. Hey, go out to clownfishtv.substack.com if you're looking for notifications for videos. Sign up for notifications. You will be emailed every time that we post a new video. We're doing this because, yeah, YouTube is doing some weird stuff. Now, a lot of you said that you're getting notifications, but we have a lot of people say they're not, so I'm giving you the option. Guys, check it out. Man, there's so many ads everywhere. We're going to talk about this. So, yeah, if you've been following the situation with Warner Brothers, they had a few high-profile misfires. They lost a lot of money. Whatever gains they had with Hogwarts Legacy, they lost with Suicide Squad. They wound up having to lay a bunch of people off.
Sucks.
From Rocksteady.
Ooh, that sucks.
They shut down Multiverses, I guess, or they're going to be shutting it down. I think
we got those three. That's all I need.
And yeah, it's not good. The guy who's in charge, he's stepping down. Again, it's just another example of AAA gaming imploding in real time. And they were working on a Warner Brothers game, and it's done. It's over. Wonder Woman's getting canceled. This is coming from PC Games N, and I think they got from Jason Schreier on Bloomberg. Warner Brothers scraps new Wonder Woman game, closes the beloved Shadow of Mordor studio. In further evidence that critically successful games can't protect you from layoffs, yeah, Warner Brothers has closed Shadow of Mordor dev Monolith. Yeah, that's kind of surprising. But look, I don't think there's any room on the corporate ledger now for AAA games. I think there have been so many high-profile failures that companies that are already hurting, if they can divest themselves of game studios, are going to do it. And we're seeing more and more of this, right? It's like there are layoffs happening all over the place. And I think what's going to happen is we're going to have a handful of studios that are basically sellswords that these companies go to with their IP and say, hey, make us a game. You make us a game, maybe we'll co-finance it or something, but you take the risk. You obviously know how to make games. We don't want to have our own game studio. You make the games for us. Or they could just sit around and wait for AI to get really good and be like, yeah, hey, Grok, make us a AAA game a la carte, right? And that day will come pretty soon, actually. So everybody's going to be able to make their own games, not have to buy, $70, $80, $100 AAA titles that are unfinished when they ship, by the way. Warner Brothers Games has shut down multiple studios, including Monolith Productions, the developers behind Middle-earth Shadow of Mordor. The publisher has also canceled Monolith's next project, a Wonder Woman game announced back in 2021. Yeah, it's amazing how long it takes for these games to get to market. The culling affects hundreds of employees across 3 separate studios. Warner Brothers' video game division has been on the ropes in recent months after high-profile flops like Suicide Squad, Kill the Justice League, and Multiverses. I was surprised. I really was surprised about Multiverses. I thought it was doing pretty okay. But pretty okay is not good enough. Monolith Productions, however, was one of the publisher's crown jewels. Shadow of Mordor was a massive hit and critical success, often considered one of the best open world games ever.
Only a moron does this.
The Wonder Woman game, though, was reportedly facing challenges and never got promoted beyond an initial 2021 teaser. Probably not coming together. I'm going to be honest, they probably hired a bunch of DEI people. If I had to guess, Sweet Baby Inc. is probably involved in it. Who the hell knows? And it's probably
they didn't know what I was in drawing, so they just made assumptions.
And take the write-off. And that's what they're going to do. Monolith has been active developer since 1997, since Boomer Shooter. So let me back this up. They're calling Blood a boomer shooter.
Are you
Are we
serious?
retroactively applying that label
Yes.
to first-person shooters made in the 90s and early 2000s?
Yes,
Is that what
yes,
we're doing now?
yes,
Because
yes.
they were just they were the AAA titles of their time, right? Doom and Quake and, you know.
They don't care. They don't know what that is.
Half-Life and Unreal and all those games.
I think most of those kids
But
don't even
now
know
we're
what
calling them
Half-Life
boomer
and Quake
shooters?
is.
I don't understand. Like boomer shooter, I can see if it's a new game trying to emulate those games, kind of like Retro or Metroidvania or whatever. But like that's like going back and being like, oh yeah, Super Metroid is a Metroidvania game. Well, no shit. You know, it's like Castlevania Symphony of the Night is a Metroidvania game. Well, no shit. I don't know. It's weird to see them retroactively apply that to older games. They also created cult classics like Tron 2.0, which it was actually pretty good. It was better than a lot of the other Tron stuff that came out. And condemned Criminal Origins. They shut down 2 other studios, Player First, which did Multiverses, and Warner Brothers Games San Diego. They need to do something with Mortal Kombat. Mortal Kombat 1 was ass. It was not good. I mean, it wasn't the worst game ever, but it was a downgrade.
I heard it was horrible on the Wii. Was it the Wii? The Nintendo Switch. It was horrible. Like it was a downgrade. Like the look of the game, everything was horrible. Like the porting to Nintendo Switch was horrible when it came to something like Mortal Kombat 1.
For Mortal Kombat 11, right? I mean, seriously, just go back to I talked about this before. Apparently, Craig from Side Scrollers, somebody said he was talking about it too, and I talked about it in another video. I would like to see a new console that feels like a retro console. I would love to see somebody be like, you know what? Let's just go back to basics. Let's give people like a PS2,
no.
PS3 style console.
No.
It doesn't cost a lot. It's maybe
Maybe
100,
not, but
150
it's
bucks.
kind of a waste.
Comes in fun colors. And we have a lot of single player and 2-player offline games for this console. And give people boomer shooters or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would like to see us go back to that and just focus on making good games.
That's hopeful wishing.
Even if the technology is limited, I think there would be a demand for that. A bunch of offline games or, do another 4-player console like the N64.
No, that means a criticism that the game was bad on Nintendo Switch.
Do it offline.
Never said the game was bad.
We need
it was
that.
A downgrade,
I saw,
and they made comparisons.
It was making the rounds. It was very
That's
obviously
nothing to do with gameplay
about,
itself.
like, what it was like to be a teenager in the 90s.
Well, what I said had nothing to do with gameplay
together
itself.
And going to the bowling lanes together and going to the arcades together and mall together. And like, we don't do enough in-person stuff anymore. I think the internet is a double-edged sword, right? It gives us access to everybody and nobody all at once. And, like we have a bunch of people that have online friends, but they don't have any real relationships because they don't have to go anywhere in person. I'm like, no, let's bring a console back that people actually have to go to somebody else's living room to play. That would be, I'm just saying, if you want to save gaming, we got to save the gamers. We got to make it a social activity again, not just online. Bloomberg first broke the news. Back to the article. Kotaku received a statement from Warner Brothers Games confirming it, which claims the difficult studio closures were due to the company-wide restructure around key franchises. The publisher's statement does not clarify whether any of the 3 studio employees have been any of the 3 studios...
more reason not to get Nintendo Switch,
any of the 3 studios employees have been reallocated to different teams or stated what severance benefits they might receive. Everybody's getting fired. AAA gaming's done. We had to make some difficult decisions to structure our development studios and investments around building the best games possible with our key franchises, Harry Potter, Mortal Kombat, outsource Mortal Kombat. Oh, that's what, so to bring it back, the reason I was talking about this
let them be greedy
in the first place is, if you want to save Mortal Kombat, do another 2D Mortal Kombat, digitize graphics, and put it on that retro console I just talked about. Do like a Mortal Kombat, like an actual Mortal Kombat follow-up to the first 3 games. Like, I don't even count 4. 4 is whatever. Those first 3 games, they're classics. Do a follow-up. Do something in that vein. Just plus it a little bit. And outsource it to another studio if you want to save Mortal Kombat. And then put it on that retro console. and see what happens. DC and Game of Thrones. After careful consideration, we are choosing 3 of our development studios: Monolith Productions, Player First Games, and Warner Brothers Games San Diego. This is a strategic change in direction, not a reflection of these teams or the talent that consists within them. Man, you could probably get gaming devs pretty damn cheap now. Initially, and then they all unionize and they cost 3 times as much as they did when you hired them. The development of Monolith's Wonder Woman video game will not move forward. Our hope was to give players and fans the highest quality experience possible for the iconic character. Unfortunately, this is no longer possible within our strategic priorities to save money. This is another tough decision. We recognize Monolith's storied history of delivering epic fan experiences through amazing games. We greatly admire the passion of the 3 teams and thank every employee for their contributions. As difficult as today is, we remain focused on and excited about getting back to producing high-quality games for our passionate fans and developed by our world-class studios. And getting back our games business, back to profitability and growth. Profitability. The video game industry forgot about that, along with fun. And those 2 things are kind of intertwined, right? If the games are fun and the gamers are having fun and they don't feel like they're getting ripped off, then you're profitable. You're going to be profitable. If you're not spending $200, $300 million on a game that nobody wants to play, you might be profitable. If you do a damn 2D Mortal Kombat game that only costs a couple $1 million to develop, and you put it on a retro console, you'll be profitable. I'm just saying, people freaking love that. They eat that up. Layoffs have been a regular part of the landscape of the game development for the past few years. Yeah. Are we stopping to ask why? Why did gamers stop buying these games? Because that's really what the crux of this thing is, right? Not enough gamers are buying the new games that are being put out, and there are many reasons for that. Yes, DEI absolutely positively does factor into it. Gamers feeling like they're getting ripped off because they're spending, again, $70+ for unfinished games. Everything being live service, and some people just don't want it.
I definitely don't want that shit.
Loot boxes and DLC and all of that. And people are playing older games, not just retro games, but they're also playing older live service games, like World of Warcraft or whatever. And they're not playing the new stuff. And we've got Fortnite. I mean, to most kids now, like Fortnite and Minecraft are basically video games. And if you have a game that can never be beaten, you have an everlasting gobstopper, and that's what these games are.
The game has a black person.
These live service games, they're everlasting gobstoppers. They never have to go buy another game.
Well, that depends on if the black person or the lesbian is actually good in the game.
They're playing Fortnite, and that is their game, and that is what they play all the time. You don't need to make any other live service games because eventually the characters that these kids like, they're going to dump them into Fortnite anyway. It's not like when we play games, it's like we buy a game, we beat the game, we go buy another game. So yeah, that's a problem. I said even massively successful games like Marvel Rivals have seen cuts to the U.S. teams. Yes, Hi-Fi Rush launched to strong sales. Hi-Fi Rush is great. It's an awesome game. The kids actually played on the gaming channel. It's really good. Launched to strong sales and critical acclaim, only for Microsoft to close the studio. Yeah, but that studio got purchased. These guys will probably get picked up, or I think a lot of these developers will get picked up. But yeah, it's over. Like AAA gaming is over.
I'm not surprised. I'm not even mad.
I think we need
That's
to
a good
have
thing.
significantly.
That's actually a good thing.
Cheaper games that are more fun. They're more gamer focused, more player focused.
Yeah.
And just kind of recalibrate the entire video game industry because it lost its way. It tried to compete with Hollywood, and it blew itself up. It hurt itself in its confusion. So we're gonna wrap
That's
this
why I
up.
have no problem with this.
Why am I asking myself? Kiki's not here. I'm going to wrap this up. I'm making the executive decision to wrap this up. Please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants. We'll talk later.
Okay. Yeah, pretty much the Wonder Woman game got destroyed. It's kind of sad. I don't think Wonder Woman ever had a video game. Not once. That's interesting. No. Kind of sad if you stop and think about it.
In this video, we're going to be turning a random object into a character. I'll be designing from scratch, and I'll be taking you guys along for the process. This is the first time I'll be doing this, and I got this inspiration from this artist. This is Reno Tuna, one of the best character designers.
We don't need another game that only exists to validate women. No, we don't.
Need another game that only exists to validate women.
We really don't.
We
have plenty of that. We have 10 years of that.
That is known for drawing
and a little over that. And then before that too.
What stands out the most is when he turns simple, everyday things into interesting human character illustrations. Reno Tuna is one of my biggest inspirations when it comes to drawing characters. For me, this really sets the bar whenever I think about drawing. I always imagine this level of creativity, quality, and the fundamental knowledge that comes with it. Sometimes he would drop a bunch of character sketches, and most of the time, it would motivate me to try and draw as much as he did. So yeah, I think it's really important to have another artist to keep you going. Now, enough with the glazing, and let's get to drawing. Here, I've looked into some of his process from his live streams in hopes of getting some ideas for my illustration. And this is the process I came up with.
Wait, hold up. If I were to
the first step is what every artist would do if they want to draw something. And that is, of course, planning.
Suleiman Win said, I love your art.
Thank you.
So phase 1, random object.
I have to make sense of
this. This is the most important part of this illustration.
So this one
will, of course, dictate the outcome of the design. So here I got Pinterest. And I just typed random objects. And look at that. We could also see some of the character illustration. You might not see it on your Pinterest because Pinterest has this different algorithms for different users. So it really depends on what you're clicking on your feed. Anyway, I'm hoping for an easy object to work with because it's the first time I'm doing this and I have no idea on how you can actually do this. So we'll just go with this one, Duracell battery.
Okay, this one will be here.
Now, when Reno Tuna chooses an
object,
object,
this one
he doesn't just use a reference. Instead, Reno Tuna would do a full-on research about this object inside and out. We're not gonna do that. That's too much work. Moving on to brainstorming. So here we're working with a battery, and batteries are used as a source of energy. So the character must be energetic, but then batteries can also run out of juice. So just like a real person, this character changes mood depending on the energy bar. And now for the design concept. I was thinking of cyberpunk and knight armors, and I'll tell you why in a second. Now, for the weapons, I have lots of ideas. Maybe something with a hammer. Now this one is the first thing I thought because I think it was an obvious choice at first glance when I saw the block of battery. I think it could also work as a mallet, but we'll see.
Suleiman Win said, I have to go by relief face emoji waving hand emoji.
You too, later. Thank you for coming in.
Get it? Alright, that was pretty stupid. For the next idea, how about an energy sword? I mean, it's a battery-powered lightsaber. And the crossguard is gonna be, you guessed it, it's gonna be a battery. But I don't think it's a good idea, because if something hits that battery, it kind of just explodes.
And it's just kind of too on the nose. It has to be clever.
For this is the Hextech gauntlet that I use. But instead of being powered by a Hextech, it's ran by a normal Duracell battery. Now, these are just some ideas that I think could work, and I can't really decide on which one I should go with.
This one goes,
honestly,
this
I
one
would
here.
like to make one for each weapon. I also thought of the idea of missile drones, and I really thought it was interesting. But then I tried it, and I thought there was something missing. And here, I just got the best idea. Why not just use a mechanical arm when full charge, and then it becomes a gauntlet when there's no energy. So we'll actually just go with the last one. So scratch the other ideas. We're gonna go with 2 weapons. A mechanical arm and a gauntlet. Okay, now that we have all of those ideas, it's now time to move on to our next phase. References. Reference boards are also essential when creating art, especially if you have no idea on where to start. It gives you a vision on what is possible and gives you options for your vision. So here we have it. On the left side, we have some cyberpunk. By the way, I just typed cyberpunk outfit on Pinterest, and this is what they gave me. And it's probably not cyberpunk enough, but this would probably do the trick. And then on the other side, we have your standard medieval armor stuff. So these are going to be the building blocks for a character. Now that we have our concept and reference board, we can finally start drawing.
Okay. So what we'll do is like...
So when designing the character, we're not just gonna go full on object and place batteries wherever we can.
And then make the head like
What I
this.
mean is, we're only gonna use the main subject as a subtle reference. And you're probably thinking, wouldn't that miss
Oh
the
yeah,
point?
whoever was the
Well,
idiot who came into the stream earlier and said something about something around the lines of, you know, women are not built like that. No one said anything about this being realistic. I hate when people do that. They're dumbasses when they say stupid shit like that. It's one thing if I said this is supposed to be realistic. Yeah, they said
Jolly
something
Ancha
about,
says, what did they say?
they said something around the lines of, you know, women are not built like that. I'm like, bro, who said it was done? Who said it was even realistic? Then, you know, don't watch Dexter's Lab, don't watch Foster's Home, because people are not built like that either. People don't look like Mac. People don't look like Blue. People don't look like Dexter. No one looks like, well, some people don't look like Samurai Jack. Dumbass.
kinda. But I noticed from Reno Tuna, he actually doesn't commit to his subject
Jolly
reference.
Ancha says, oh my God,
Instead,
they
he
need to
always
just
go
keep
for a
quiet and their
secondary theme. For
opinions to
example, this
themselves at
subject
that
matters.
point.
You would
This
think
is a
of some design
dumbass. It's
that
one thing if I said it's
encapsulates
supposed to be
above,
realistic.
but
It's
instead
another
we
thing I
have
never
a
said it was.
character in some sort of general's uniform, with subtle references of the mantis in its color scheme and design. This video is sponsored by Skillshare. As an artist, I'm always looking for ways to improve my skills and learn new techniques to elevate my work. Recently, I've been wanting to learn lighting fundamentals, and I found the perfect class. Shading Fundamentals, Fundamental Class, project per day. This provides the tools and classes to help the description will receive a
Jesus
1-month free
Christ,
trial
this is a
of Skillshare.
whole government commercial.
So I started off with the base body for the character, so that we can have a template to work on. So why did I choose Cyberpunk and Knight Armor? Well, apart from the reason that they're obviously really cool, more importantly, the cyberpunk aspect is a representation of relying on technology and energy, while the Knight aspect represents a lack
Kendon_96
of
said, but
reliance
criticism
from high
helps us
technology
grow.
and
Nothing
relies
should
more
be
on
shielded
manual
from
labor,
criticism.
where they would
It
craft
helps
their
you
own
find the
armor
real audience.
without the use of any
I don't need that
For the
audience.
initial design, I wanted to focus more
Because
on
I
the
never
art
said it was
aspect.
done. I was still working on the
I
drawing.
wasn't really feeling this design.
It's one thing
So
if I
the
said it
second
was
one, I
done
started
and then they
with the
made
cyberpunk
some type of
coder,
criticism.
and
I
it
get
wasn't
that.
like full
But
out
when
of the
you
box.
don't taste a cake when the dough is still being made. Do you see the problem? It's one thing if I was done and then I said it was supposed to be realistic, or if I was done in general. And they said, oh, probably the arm's a little big. They never said that. They just said women are not built like that. I'm like, bro.
Kendon_96 said, I'm just pulling your leg.
No, I get it. But I'm just saying for anyone who says that. I know, you've been in here before. I'm not crazy. But I'm just saying to anyone, because I know someone's going to say that. Not you particularly, Ken. I'm just saying in general. So I understand if I was done, that's one thing. Or some type of factor. And someone says, oh, the leg looks weird.
Put the horses before the cart.
Yeah, right? Like, it's one thing if I, like, done, and then it's sitting there on the side, and I say, oh, the leg looks a little bit off. I think the shoulder's a bit... Nothing's wrong with that. Or the lining of certain things don't seem, you know, on par. I get that. But when you just make a blatant statement like that, and then just leave it to that, I'm like, bro. And then I'm not even done. I just started. I literally just started. I'm like, oh, like, what the fuck? You walk in, that's the first thing you say.
More subtle by just using
Like, let them finish
design.
first, and then
This
they
video
might
is a
already see the inconsistencies. They're just trying to make a base right now and just get everything together, right? So when you do that, you know what I'm saying? And then when they're done, then you can make whatever criticism. It kind of makes sense. I wouldn't tell you how to, like I said, eat a cake while the dough is being made. And you're prepping up for everything else. Like you're already criticizing the cake before it's done.
For the night elements, I added an armor for
Jolly
the left arm.
Ancha says
I didn't do
facts.
one for the right arm because I wanted to avoid.
This is why when I make criticisms, I don't make criticisms to my students unless they want it. I don't make the criticisms unless they ask. So, like, say for instance, Ari, one of my students, is doing like a, I don't know, a furry drawing or something, and she just wants me to look at it. I will ask first, do you want me to criticize it or just look at it? She said, just look at it. Okay, I think it looks cute. I like this. I'll tell the parts I like, but I won't tell the parts I don't like. Because the point of it is that they just want me to see it. Now they asked me, I want your
Morgan
criticism,
said
what is
O'Brien
wrong
sent
with
the
it.
fan art earlier, BTW.
Oh yes, I gotta go check that. If they just want me to criticize it and then they say what I'm going wrong, then I'll point out the problems with it.
Jolly Ancha says for you info teach, I am not into furries.
I understand. I just use an example.
I also added a breastplate and then some sort of armored shoes. And for the design features, I have this idea to have her pigtails get shorter for every time the battery gets consumed. There's also a battery life indicator for the hairpin, and you can see her mood change when the battery becomes low on energy. My first hairstyle idea was kind of similar to Neon from Valorant, which I really like, but I had to change it. Moving on to
honestly, I think
palette.
he should change the concept because I think he's going too hard into it. I think he should keep it
Gray,
simplistic.
and then black. After that, we're just gonna distribute those colors onto the
what he's trying
clothing
to do
and see
here.
whatever sticks. Now, I was planning on doing more color variations, but I was actually satisfied with my first try. So I think this works. So now let's move on to designing the weapon. For the weapon concept, I had so many choices and ideas, but ultimately I decided to do 2 weapons. So for the floating arm, I was thinking of doing a mechanical one, but with some armor platings to match the character design.
Morgan R
This was
said I
like
only
my
had 3
first time doing
utensils
mecha
though.
type
A
stuff.
blue mechanical
This was all
pencil,
because
a
I saw
blacking
some really
pen,
cool
and my
references with
eraser.
a big mechanical
Oh
arm.
yeah, 3.
So I decided to go with it. This was also a big challenge for me
My
because
eraser.
I've never drawn mecha in my entire life.
Let me look at it now. Wow.
So here I was really struggling to get some of my ideas out, and I just can't seem to find the perfect one. Until finally I decided to settle for this idea right here. I really wanted to make it feel like a box because of the battery, but also add some mechanical and armored design here and there. And of course the hand is taken from some mecha anime, and I had a couple of references for this. My idea here was a big weird arm that relies on a battery. That's basically it. And by the end, I was really satisfied with how it came out, and I don't think it's bad.
Oh.
Yo, is it
Discord.
bad? I don't know. I don't know. You know what? Whatever. I don't think it's bad. So here's the concept. It's actually just one weapon. It's a floating weapon on full charge.
Okay, let me see.
Then it becomes gauntlets. on
Oh,
low
I
battery.
remember seeing
so the
this.
gauntlets are like an emergency.
I thought I put a comment on this. Hey Bryce, sorry for again for the brother Artextric wanted to see that fan art. Once I finished, I was have to. Oh, okay. Yeah, I remember seeing this. I think I saw the sketch version of this. If I remember right. Yeah. I remember this. I saw it last night. I remember this, and this is the one
Morgan
that
R
he was
said,
working
yes, you
on.
did.
Yeah, with the frills. He was having a hard time with the frills, I think, or one of the slip wraps or something. Yeah, look great. Looks great. Let me see.
Morgan R said you helped me with the sleeves. Thank you for that.
No problem, because I like the fact that you put a little bit more darker lines on the arm so we can indicate where the arm's going. It doesn't get too lost into the sauce of all things. Kind of like that. So dark here, and dark here. Because, like, always remember things with layers over it always thickens a little bit more than usual. It doesn't have to be a big thick because it'll be looking weird. You gotta put like just an extra bit of thickness, just to see a bit of differentiation between them. Can't speak today.
Weapon.
But good job.
So from a mechanical
I like
arm,
it.
does all the fighting. So you hand-to-hand combat.
That's awesome.
I also had this idea that when she's out of combat, the mechanical arm turns
Good
into
job.
a tiny
Good
box
job,
that
Morgan.
she can carry.
Thank
She
you.
can then
No
insert
problem.
her hand onto
Awesome
the box
job.
to equip the gauntlets. Now that we're finished with designing the arm, we can now move on to the actual gauntlets. Now, I only had one idea for this, and that is armored gauntlets. Now, I can also do mechanical ones, but I think armored ones are better. I just really like medieval knights design. I think they're the pinnacle of fantasy designs. So here are the gauntlets. I think I could have been more creative with this, but this would probably do for now. Now this is like the transformation sequence, where the big weapon deconstructs into a smaller weapon. You can see like the bits and pieces coming together to form the gauntlets. Now that we're done with the sketch, let's now proceed to rendering. If you've seen my videos, you're probably already familiar with my process. But for those who don't know, first we create a proper base layer for our character. Then we add the base colors. Next is the shadows. First, add a multiply layer on top of our colors, and then clip that below. So for the shadows, I normally divide it into two parts. So
Morgan
the
R
first one
said
is
because of the
hard
utensil
shadows.
restraints, it took
So
8
the hard
hours.
shadows
But I'm happy I
simply
ate
just
something
blocking
anyway.
in
Good.
shapes of darkness. Something that
Should
the
be
light
happy.
doesn't touch.
You
This
should
is
be
really
proud of
helpful because
yourself.
it gives me a general idea about what's going to be the setup for this composition.
Okay.
The second shadow is going to be the soft shadows.
this
Soft
one.
shadows are found on rounded or curved surfaces. Well, it's not really that simple, but that's basically the idea. But the most important thing here is don't overcomplicate your process. Find something that is easy for you to follow, but make sure it's also correct and based on a fundamental. After that, it gets a lot more complicated, and I call it the rendering phase. This part is where I mostly merge most of my layer and work on a limited layer. This is where the true painting process starts.
Bro, I'm gonna give you the option. Should we play game today or just keep doing artwork till 8 o'clock?
After that, I would just add some color correction and adjustments, and also a bunch of filters. And now here it is. I think I'm pretty satisfied with how the design came out.
Brightriclo says artwork.
Okay,
yeah,
gotcha.
I think I learned a lot here. and I
You
had
the
so
boss
much fun
today, bro.
creating and
You're the
designing
boss
an
today,
original
boss
character.
man.
So yeah. Now I also wanted to make an illustration, like a close-up or something, that would
Okay.
really highlight the personality and the design of the character. So here's a time lapse. Enjoy. Now, I can't believe I forgot the most
Brightriclo
important
says
thing.
so. Does that mean
That
yes,
is the
too?
character's name.
Morgan
So how
R
about
said
we just
quick.
go with
So does that mean you're
Because
still
while you're the boss.
And that's
today?
basically it. Hope you enjoyed the video.
I'll be
Let me know
Stu
if you
today.
guys want more stuff
Okay,
like
quick,
this.
right?
God bless,
The
and I'll see you in the
treasury
next one.
while
Peace.
you're the boss. Oh, it's done. Okay, it's done. Okay. All right, let's see what's next on the agenda for the next video for us to be distracted by. Because I'm about to... I'm not even about to finish. I will play this. I would play Sayel because he just posted like 6 hours ago, but I know that's going to cause too much trouble. And then I'll be way too much trouble. Oh, disaster. Why did the animation get worse?
Brightriclo says yeah.
I fixed my hero character designs. Ooh, that's interesting. What do you mean?
MHA's one
Let me see. This looks interesting. It's for art and about my hero.
of the most goated anime of all time, or was, and has some of the most iconic designs of all time. I mean, say what you will about the manga, and especially the anime, but like, bruh, the designs go fucking crazy. Look at my boy. Look at her. Look at... Look at her. He's got grenades on his arm. Nobody could fuck with MHA in its prime. That shit was scary. The Phantom was also equally scary. And that's partially thanks to the immaculate designs done by Kohei Horikoshi. Also, the writing was kind of good too, I guess. But I ain't gonna glaze too hard, because for every good design, there's about 5 trash ones. Like, what is this? I'd be crying too if I had to wear that shit. But alas, there's no need to fear, because I am here. See what I did? To redo some of these goofy character designs. And also the ones I think are good, because I just like to see how I would do them. So without further ado, I don't think there's a better place to start with than our main character, Deku.
You are my tattoo.
Oh my fucking...
You make me happy.
Alright, so here we got
my
Deku.
God.
I just wanted to show you guys, first of all, I got like kind of like a Deku. Like, you know, he has a bunny ears, like this. I got a bunch of Dekus here, and I just wanted to give you guys
Brightriclo
my
says
thoughts on his
LMAO.
design. Now, let me ask you guys one question. Is this dude looking like the #1 hero? Like, can I find all of his suit designs? Okay, that buddy naked, bro. What the fuck is this? I don't know why he changed the black to like a mustard yellow. So let's get to sketching. First, let's get a base down. This is gonna be pretty easy, just like his body. That is not that spine I just drew. This one, that's scoliosis right there. Oh yeah, I'm liking that pose. He kind of in like a come at me type shit. You know what I'm saying? Okay, don't mind his legs. His legs are looking a little weird. But bro, his chest, striking resemblance. Got his little undies on. Listen, this YouTube, I can't go full nude, unfortunately. Okay, his foot looking, maybe I should give him that Sonic eye. I love that nervous smile, bro. Like, you get what I mean? Like, he's cute, bro. Like, no weird shit. My boy Deku cute. So our base for Deku is done. Some parts of are a little like he has like
no one's built like that, bro. You gotta be realistic, bro.
Hooves for feet. Without further ado, let's get fucking to draw. I'll work on his mask, and then maybe I can kind of think of the suit, the rest of the suit from there. Because I feel like the mask is a good start. See, no, that looks pretty cool, actually. I like that. Feeling a little saucy. Kind of feeling myself right now. Not like that. But you know, sometimes. Basically, these fucking big, I don't know, like blocky nipple mouth guard things are like, you know how we can take the bottom half off? I'm keeping that because I like that shit. That's kind of cool. Bruh. Or not. Listen, Deku, if you need somebody to design your suit,
I always wondered that. What was that? Was that piece supposed to be like him smiling or something? It's supposed to be like a tribute to Allmart, that piece that was right under his mouth. It was supposed to be some form of like him smiling, but don't have to smile because he has a mask for that. Is that was
Right for close says yeah.
Yeah, okay. Because I always wondered, like, it kind of go hard, but I always wondered, is that like a... I always thought in a weird way, I always thought that was like kind of like a chin like guard or something like that. It's weird.
Hey bro, I got you, gang. Maybe when his eyes ain't lit, it's like just this. So when his eyes light up type shit, you can see it through the shit. But so far, this shit looking fresh. All right, so with that being said, this is the final Deku design. I think bro looks fire. He got mad drip. Here's the mask alt version. I just tried to kind of wrap the color palette with...
It's gonna be funny in like 5 to 10 years saying drip looks fire. It's gonna be fucking old to say.
Some red on the top because I noticed there was a lot of reds at the bottom. And overall, I think I just gave him that extra sauce, man. Like, he looks fucking cool, bro.
Extra sauce.
But yeah, now we're on to our next character, one I'm particularly excited about. And that is my girl, Mina Ashido. So let's pull up some references first. Oh, fuck, she's so bad. Okay, clearly... What the fuck is that? Did she get AI to generate her fucking suit? Camo shit on her stuff? And then like fur and brown. It's just fucking garbage. What the fuck? Oh, she bad. Guys, she's waving. Should I wave back? Like, what should I say? Like, we're gonna do a complete different revision for her design. I'm gonna keep her face, but that's about it. So let's grab our girl, put her to the side, just like that, you know, my little side chick. And now let's start with her
you're
pose.
going
I got
too hard right
under
now.
for like a base because I wanna be able to put the characters like next to each other by the time it's all done. Let me do a little quick Mina sketch. All right, there's our Mina. Is that a fair height for Mina?
Right,
or do we want to? I don't know. I feel like Ochako's this height. I feel like Mina's the same height. Mina gives me tall girl vibes. Look at her. Look at her. Let's do her eyes first. Yeah. Okay. Or maybe she could have her tongue out like a little freaky. Oh my god. Bro, she biting her tongue clean off. Okay. Hey. Good thing she got Deku's hair, and I definitely did not struggle with Deku's hair last time, so I'm sure this is gonna be a walking up. So she kind of got that flowy shit right there. Oh no, we just gotta circle it out. It's too like coming out like cone. So let me make a circle, and we're gonna fit her hair to said circle. Okay. I've done something. I want to be done so bad. I've been drawing for an hour. It's protruding a bit. Everything appears to be mathematically working well so far. I just need to volumetricize this side a little more.
You know, I kind of blame the audience for this very type of editing. Like, over the years, it used to be just a few sounds and a few kind of like jump cuts. Now, every second is like a TikTok video. That must be horrendous, bro.
Right for close says reminds me of a female Majin.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. But like the editing, I'm not saying his editing's bad or anything. I can edit the same exact way, and I've done that before. But like given my experience of being a video editor, but like the fact that I'm just thinking of it now, I'm like, bro, this is TikTok levels of like ADHD stuff. Like, bro, you can't every 5 seconds. It's not only a new transition, it's some sound and oh my god, it's fucking insane.
Artextric says yeah.
That's what makes these. This is when you wonder why I don't make a lot of videos on this channel that much compared to the gaming one, because it's like, oh my god, I have to keep the attention span of like fish majority of the time just to teach them a concept, and it can't be boring. One thing, it can't be boring, because if it's boring, no one's gonna watch it, and it can't be too long, because if it's too long, well, and this is why I learned, the more shorter it is, the more editing you have to do. It makes sense, because if it's 30 seconds and you're trying to teach something, you need to keep their fish brain like every 2 seconds. You have to change drastically every second. So that's like every 2 seconds. That's like 15 transitions of different things happening in a 30-second video. So I have to transition every 2 seconds, or let's say 3 seconds. That's 5, I guess I would say. Oh my god. Or 10. No, 10. I'm saying that wrong. That's like every 10. Jesus Christ.
All right, and with that being said, this is Mina's final design. She is probably my favorite. She is bad as fuck. I love the street style I gave her. Overall, she looked fresh. Yo, so unfortunately my camera wasn't fucking recording when I was drawing Hagakure, so I'm just gonna show you the OG sketch and then the finished drawing. So this is the before, this is her old design, and this is after.
I saw that coming.
Alright, now that we did Hagakure, that's the invisible bitch, I think. We're gonna do Manetta now. This is the part that's gonna get y'all. His design's actually pretty good. Like, it's good, it's simple, I like the grape shit. But this is one of those designs where I'm just gonna do it as if I drew it, you know, like my little take on it. We're just gonna continue where we left off. Y'all ain't really missed.
Natural plays Fortnite, cracking 90s clip anyway, back to learning to draw.
Today we're talking about gesture and how to make the form look natural. Plays Fortnite, cracking 90 clip anyway, back to drawing.
Much. They kind of look like a duo right now. Like Manetta and Decker standing back to back. Okay, that is good. What though? No, that is terrible. Maybe slant them, because you know he's Asian. And now let's do his balls. Hold up. What if his body is a juice box? Hear me out. Hear me out. We got the grape. That's what a grape looks like. And then his legs come out the bottom, and his legs are like the straw. And then ball airborne. Got the cape for aura. Now we just got to do his shoes. What if we had juice box feet and his toes were busting out of the juice? That don't look bad. That don't look bad whatsoever. Let me look up grapes. Let me look up grapes. Leaves is another grape motif. Okay, we could put leaves somewhere for sure. His feet could just be leaves. Okay, no, that just looks like he cut his fingers open. Yeah, okay. Okay, Manetta's design's done. I'm gonna work on his cape, but so far I fucking like this shit. We got the rollerblade boots and he can bounce off of the balls. All right, and this is Manetta's design. I'm a bit mixed on this one. I like the green elements because he's a
what do you think, chat? What do you guys think? It's alright. I don't think it's an upgrade. It's not much of an upgrade. I look at it as like a different outfit. I don't see it as an upgrade though. I don't know. Yeah. Like, less is more. So I like that philosophy. Less is more. He didn't add to it too much.
says more of an alternative skin.
Yeah, that's what it feels to me. It doesn't feel like a... You know what I'm saying? It doesn't feel like an upgrade. It just feels like what Bryce says is an alternative skin. He didn't add too much to it, but he didn't lessen either. He just added, like, what, 2 things? That... Which would have made sense. I actually think that would have made more sense if you put the green stem at the end. That actually makes sense. Right? And then... I think the problem is that he's putting too much green. I would have put green here and put the green under the cape, but not at the sleeves. Because you want 80% of the color, right? Like 80% of one color. And you want 10% of the other color. Huh. Because like there's like 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, that's not bad. He did put 10, 10. He put 20, 20, 10, 10. I don't know.
Grape and shit, and I like his ball roller blades, but overall I think it's kind of like picking apples and oranges. They're both kind of good.
I mean, I like you. No, I love you. I can't stop talking.
Aw, so cute.
And now we're gonna do Ochako Uraraka. Look, I'm so glad I'm 17. Just giving a cheery vibe. Like, she's like, and then in this one she's like, ah. And then this one she's like, and then this one she's.
I wonder that, like, if you're 17 or 16 or 15 and you're drawing Uraraka in a specific way that is you know, on that gooning, do you still treat the individual as if they're a grown-ass man or woman? Mostly a man, because they're not really gonna jump on a woman, but they'll, like, I always wonder that.
Brydra says it.
Because, like, if you're 15 or 14, right?
Spigby says good question.
Like, if you're 15 and 14 and you're drawing things of like, Uraraka and these characters in a specific way, because you find them attractive for whatever reason, would that person be treated as if they was like a 30-year-old drawing like a 15-year-old in a specific way? You know what I'm saying? Like, I always wonder that. Because I don't really see that happen. I usually see it happen to people who are much older, who are like in their 20s. And they're usually, I wouldn't say they're professionals, but I'll say like they're usually in their 20s. Or some of these, not all, but there's a good set of women who are like literally like lose their minds over these young boys and then put them in positions of like, you know. So I don't know, like I always wondered that, because like I knew when I was growing up, when you're a teenage boy, especially if you're even younger than that, and you like the anime girl, it really was just cringe and that was it. It was never like, oh, you are a X, Y, and Z. You know what I'm saying? You was just, oh, yeah, that's an anime shit. That's it. He's like, he's an anime weirdo. That's it. That was as far as it goes. But that's as far as it went. But now, today, how things are, if you even draw an anime character who happens to be, I guess, a teenager, and you don't even draw them like anyway, you just draw the character, sometimes people will just take it as some type of form of attack on themselves. They'll be projecting. That should be weird.
Unironically, one of the best designs in the show. Like, it doesn't get worse. It doesn't, like, in my opinion, it gets better. It fits her personality, like, bubbly girl. Everything just works in this design. I like her weird, like, bucket hands. Okay, I can see some stuff that can be slightly tweaked. Like
I saw someone come into the stream. Like, I didn't really know. Oh, I did acknowledge it. Someone came in the stream and says, what if your parents walked in you drawing this? I'm like, bro, I'm drawing a girl standing. Where's the attack here? I don't see the logic. I don't have her bend over or some weird shit. I have her literally standing. Is there a crime for women to stand? Is there a crime? If I drew her sitting, should I be punished? Just sitting on like a bench in the park or something? Is the fuck? Like, what are you getting at with this? And then some of them will come in here and say, she don't have no clothes on. I'm like, bro, do you not see the face? Do you see lack of face, no hair, no ears? Like, think to yourself, what's happening here? Maybe I'm doing the sketch.
I am Mick Rovidchair says opinion in double of batteries. Spigby says even if they did, they wouldn't
give a fuck. Yep. They really wouldn't. So.
Weird line that's going into her, like,
hard projecting.
Coochie. Let's do a rough sketch. So that is our rough sketch. Yeah, let's get into the detail drawing. Let's get into the Shut the fuck up!
Right to close says no teach the problem, just that they're not built like a stick.
You know what?
Right?
Fuck it. We're gonna do it for her. I will say though, honestly, some
I
people
am
say
Mick
she ugly more
Robichaux,
than
says I am
I
Mick
mean, compared to some
Robichaux,
other
says-
NHA girls, maybe.
I was gay
But like,
because they were
I'd
same
still
gender
fuck
couple.
the shit up.
I was liked by that logic. I am also a horned devil character, just straight up a foot skull emoji. Like what?
Yeah, my mom saw my fan art and asked if I was, because they were same gender couple. I was like, by that logic, I am also a horned devil character, or just started straight up a foot. Like, well, you know.
Okay, that's looking good. Now we need her body. Oh, what the she's like a mime, bruh. Get her little piggies out.
That's
There we
crazy.
go. And now we got our base, which is looking pretty good. Now let's go in with the third layer. You see this? Look at our layers, bro. Right now we're gonna go with the third layer. It's like building up a fucking like anatomy model or some shit. I want her arms to be very round, you know, like really catch that. I want to send out a challenge to you guys. Anybody who draws, all right, do your takes on the MHA characters. Oh my god.
Are you
I don't
done?
think that's a good
People
idea.
be analyzing
And
artists like
send
they
it to
hate
me on my
psychiatrists.
Twitter. And then
Yeah.
if your drawing is good,
They
if
always
it's not
like
as good, then I'll put it
to,
in.
they're just literally projecting majority of the time. I'm not saying your mom is, but I'm just saying like in general, like people do that a lot. They'll see something and just project their problems and then try to make you into their villain or something like that. And it has nothing to do with you 90% of the time.
In the next video. If this one gets enough likes. If it doesn't, then I'm sorry, nobody's gonna ever see your fucky ass design. There we go. Now her Tita chest area. Tita! You know, we just need to make sure. Tita! Yeah, this is looking good. The feet look like they were stung by bees and then flattened on a roll. She's looking kind of scary. Okay. Okay, Doc. I don't know what to feel about her face. I don't know if I like it or don't like it. Let me lock in.
This is what I'm fucking talking about. Do you see what I'm talking about? Do you see what I'm talking about? This is every 2-3 seconds he has to do some stupid noise every 5 seconds. Like, bro, I'm not even blaming him. This is not his fault. This is literally the audience that fucking TikTok, Instagram, and every short form content has done.
Yeah, calm down a little.
Like, what the fuck? Like, I understand that you're trying to keep that retention time, and I get that, but god damn. The thing is, being a YouTuber isn't hard, to be honest. I'm not even gonna lie to you. It's not hard.
He says what TikTok does to a person.
Yeah, like, YouTube is not hard to do, actually. The problem is, like, no one wants to do all that fucking editing. And I understand, I know, I'm a video editor, I've been doing it since 2013, but like shit, like I've seen how time has changed from back in the day in 2013. If you made a video, just like a normal video like this, like a drawing video, it wouldn't take that long. It'll take probably 5 to 10 minutes to edit it because there's not a lot of transitions. Now, every video is like an MLG fucking video that Pyrocynical did back in 2010. Like, Jesus Christ. You have to do some insane screaming, yelling, and a bunch of, like, memes every 5 seconds, and it's like, ugh. It's like, Jesus, and say sus shit just to keep people's, like, fucking attention high. Like, it's like, it has turned to MLG.
Right close says dank memes long.
Yeah, like, dank MLG memes and all that shit with explosions and all that crap. Is like, God, man. Like, can we just, like, watch a fucking video? Like, damn.
Is that good? How we feel about that, chat? Looks like a vagina. You know what? I like that face. I like that.
RIZZDREININGO or DZR.
Is that me?
Tom Face asks 2013 face orange raised
it's
eyebrow.
nice.
When did you
Oh
start
my
drawing?
god, what's that?
I started drawing when I was 6. I didn't say drawing, I said video editing. Difference.
Is that hyperpigmentation?
Those are two different
Okay, her
things.
name is Gravity. I don't know. Maybe I should look up like the gravity symbol or something. It would give her like an astronaut vibe, but then again, there's
I was
a
born in
NHA
94.
character who is legit built like an astronaut. Okay. Oh, I fuck with that heavy. So I'm imagining this front half is like a fucking glass. Kind of giving diva vibes. Okay, I'm liking this shit. I'm liking this shit a lot. We can even give her jetpacks. Oh my god. It's her dump truck in the back. Bro, I'm impressed with myself. I didn't think I was gonna be able to come up with shit. All right,
Oh,
and
okay.
this is Ochako's design. I'm honestly...
I'm not gonna lie.
RIZZDREININGO or DER. Hot face. Said you say potato. I I say potatoes.
That is not the
Body
same.
blue raised arms.
That is not the same. You're using that wrong. He gave her 1, 2, 3. He gave her 4 fingers. I would take this away. I would leave the whole black on, the black suit on. Leave the helmet. Did he intentionally give him 4 fingers? Did he give him 4 fingers in the last characters? I don't remember him get. Wait, did he give 4 fingers? I don't remember. I would keep the shoes.
JR said, hey bro, been a bit sorry about that.
Oh no, it's perfectly fine. You're good. I'm just working on an animatic for tomorrow or Friday. So here.
Rydriclose says, wait, did he give the others for fingers?
I don't remember. I should gotta go back. I want to see. I was too distracted by the insane editing. Let me see. If I had to jump back. Oh, he did give him. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, he did. Gave this one 4 fingers, and then we go to Deku. He gave her tech. Well, I wouldn't say 3. Maybe the other finger's just behind this one, but because like. Yeah, he gave him 4 fingers. Or at least 3 on this one. Deku has 1, 2, 3, 4. He has 4 fingers. He gave him 4 fingers. I didn't even notice that till like at the far end. I'm so sorry. Should have paid attention to that. Go back to her.
Go's design. I'm honestly impressed with myself on this one because her design is fucking peak, but I somehow managed to make it like good in its own way. I still think it's picking apples and.
I think what he needs to take away is these 2 things. I don't think these are needed. I would keep the whole outfit in black. That would actually make it look sexy. For the overall idea of it. I think these 2 are too distracting unless they have some type of functionality towards it, or like if it pokes out and it does some type of hero gadget, then that makes sense.
Rydriclose says black is hot.
Yeah, the black will be a hot thing to do because like it will keep you more focused on the other items character design wise. So the white here, white here, white here, white here. Unless these have actual functionality, that's one thing. I don't think unless I was paying attention, unless he just put these here just for the design for it not to be full black. I would keep the full black, keep the pink here, keep the helmet, keep the guards here, keep the feet here, but I will take off these. I think it will look really nice. It'll be like an Evangelion type of thing. Does that make sense? I think.
Oranges, but I like the diva vibe this one's got. 10 out of 10. Smack. All right, y'all, and that's gonna have to wrap it up for today's character design video. Let me see, it got the backdrop. It's like My Hero Academia.
Wait, hold up. He said he did Deku, right? So why?
I somehow managed to make it like good in its own way. I still think it's picking apples and oranges, but I like the diva vibe this one's got. 10 out of 10. Smack. All right, y'all, and that's gonna have to wrap it up for today's character design.
He didn't really do much with Deku, did he? Either I wasn't paying attention. I was not probably paying attention at that time. I was probably drawing the drawing down there. I was doing a drawing of for an animatic for tomorrow for the person who asked me why am I doing drawing. Yeah, I think the only thing he did was change the graphics on Deku's outfit.
Yes, I agree.
I would have went with a more darker green. Yeah, more darker-ish green to show maturity to a certain degree. I would have did that. And let keep the shoes be red still. Is he still wearing the cape? Did he give him a cape? What is these things on his side? Wait, I'm not sure. Unless that was the actual change. What is this black thing? Hold on. What the fuck is that?
Is the final Deku off? I'm keeping that because I like that shit. That's kind of cool. Bruh. Or not? Listen, Deku, if you need somebody to design your suit, come to me, bro. I got you, gang. Maybe when his eyes ain't lit, it's like just this. So when his eyes light up type shit, you can see it through the shit. But so far, this shit looking fresh. All right, so with that being said, this is the final Deku design.
I still don't know what this gray thing is. Did he even explain what that is? Is this supposed to be his guards or something? I don't know what that is.
RZZTREININGO or DER. Hot face. Said what character is that?
That's supposed to be Deku from based on what he put up, but like I don't know what those gray things are.
Red on the top because I noticed there was a lot of design. I think bro looks fire. He got mad drip. Here's the mask alt version. I just tried to kind of wrap up the color palette with putting some red on the top because I noticed there was a lot of reds at the bottom. And overall, I think I just gave him that extra sauce, man. Like,
Brightreclose says never mind.
I do like where you put the red for you focus more on the eyes.
JR asks, how have you been?
I've been well. Actually, you've been missing a lot of anti-woke things we've been doing lately. I know you've been busy, so. But yeah, we've been doing a bunch of anti-woke videos. We did like what, a video to like three videos ago?
he looks fucking cool, bro.
Yeah, I don't know.
My handle is down there.
I still can't figure out what those things are. Oh, Jesus Christ. I couldn't, like, the video's not bad. I'm not gonna say his video's bad. I'm not saying that his video's bad or anything. It's just the constant editing. It's not his fault. This is just the times we live in. But, like, that TikTok sort of editing, that insane constant change of everything is gonna be annoying.
Brightreclose says Lamau.
Maybe because I'm just older now, but just, Jesus Christ, that shit is annoying. It's like a hyper, like, you're just too hyper, at all costs.
Hey guys, welcome back.
You found anything? Or no?
Clownfish TV, this is Neon. I am here with Geeky Sparkles.
Hello.
She's hanging in there. She's hanging in there. She had some dental work done, but she's going to try to get through some videos today. So we're going to talk about a topic we haven't talked about in a while, and it's Rachel Zegler and this live-action Disney Snow White movie. And it seems like they're trying to do some damage control here.
Oh, they've been.
They have Zegler out on the apology tour, and now she's basically trying to make peace with the critics.
Oh, she can go herself, bro.
It's because the fans are so passionate about Snow White. That's why they've been so vocal about it. It's like, yeah.
It's the same person who hoped Trump supporters got no peace.
Yeah. She hoped that Trump supporters got no peace, and she had to walk that
bitch is
back.
annoying.
So I think she hired,
Straight up.
if I had to guess, either she hired or Disney hired a PR firm to try to salvage this movie, because this movie is incredibly expensive. What were they up to, like $300 million or something?
I have no idea. They're gonna have to salvage her career somehow.
I hope this bitch loses her career.
Yeah,
I hope she loses
a complete
it.
top to bottom overhaul for because people are looking at her now and they're like, oh, snotty bitch.
Yep.
Snotty entitled bitch. So we'll see.
Yeah,
we'll see if this does any good. Like, I don't know a single person who's excited, regardless of whether or not you follow the online drama.
Like, is it a grocery store? Or like, what is the?
Yeah, it looks like a Robert Zemeckis thing.
Like, people are just over the live action.
What type of store
reimaginings too, I think. And
that's it.
Yeah,
if you can share that, I'm saying.
That's a whole other ball of wax, and she's out there constantly making comments that are like, what?
So we're gonna take a look at the latest attempt to do damage control, and like I said, I'm gonna be honest, I don't care one way or the other about this. I think this is to me, this feels like Disney again flushing those projects that they greenlit a couple of years ago that they know are not gonna do that well, but they need them to do well because these are like all the movies they have planned for the year. Captain America and Thunderbolts, and
it's almost over.
It's almost over.
Comes out next month.
Well, doesn't Lilo and Stitch come out too? Isn't that
the summer? But that one I think might actually do okay because it's like one that I think it'll work as a live action reimagining. People will want to see it. But I also noticed that Disney's been keeping very hush hush on that one.
Yeah, maybe they're trying to get this one out of the way because they don't want to ruin. If Lilo and Stitch is somehow good.
I'm sorry, Kristen Stewart, for disliking that Snow White. Well, at the time that was considered pretty woke. I'm not gonna lie, ish. But now, looking back at it, it was pretty base to a certain degree.
They don't want to ruin any chance they have with that. And I mean, God, I'm just thinking back, like all the drama. We had Peter Dinklage with the dwarfs. We had her making comments, not just about Trump supporters,
Morgan
but like
said it's better than
Snow
the
White
Scully
don't
emoji.
need no
Oh, yeah, I know.
man.
Yeah, and fairest of them all met the best leader, and then we had
Best
the
leader.
set fire.
Oh, the anti-Israel stuff when Gal Gadot's her co-star and she was in Israeli army. It's like, yeah, then God tried to stop
JR
this
said
movie
it's
by
a
burning the
retail
set
chain.
down, and
I don't
then
mean
we
to
have
sound
the
ungrateful,
Nightmare
but it's
Fuel
like a one-third of
CGI
what I
dwarf.
used to
So
make. So I'm not really happy with it, but it's just a choice I have to make until economy recovers.
Makes sense. Makes sense. Why is it censoring him? He didn't say anything. Why is it censoring him? He didn't say anything wrong. All he's just talking about his new retail job. I mean, being a manager at his retail store. Like, what the fuck? What is this problem?
yeah, there have been a lot of issues, and I think most people are like, "Did that movie come out already?"
The
Yeah, 'cause I
bot.
constantly heard about it. It wasn't positive, so
It was-
people
it was
don't
not
have a
Every
positive feeling
time
about it.
he says
So
anything, it
let's,
goes after him. I
let's
don't know
talk
why.
about this before you get to
It'd be
any
like
further. Please
mundane
subscribe
shit.
to more
It's
pop
like
culture
anything
news, views,
insane.
and rants, guys. You'll get a woohoo.
It's getting on my nerves.
Get a woohoo.
This
if
is
you
probably
do.
why half the time he's not in here because he's like,
Substack.
it gets
I'm
like.
gonna-
This is probably why JR don't come in too much because he gets bullied from the fucking bot. Jesus Christ.
Push you guys out there if you're not getting notifications.
Why is it bullying him so much?
Clownfishtv.substack.com.
Why you
You will get
bullying
an
me?
email notification every time we upload a new video. Thank you very much for
I'll have
that.
to fix that later. I
This
really
is
need to
coming
fix
from,
it. That shit is
from
annoying.
Variety. Rachel Zegler says the live-action Snow White
I like his
backlash
takes.
is
It
due
just
to passion
pisses
for
me
the
off when
original
you just,
movie.
like,
We're not
censor.
always going to agree with everybody. Passion.
Yeah, that's what it is. Because it's not because of her behavior. It's because, people like the original.
Now it's interesting because this is Vogue Mexico, and when she walked back her Trump,
Told you, I'm clearly flagged as a
supporter
by
comments,
the
it
bot.
was
Yeah.
Teen Vogue.
I'm starting to.
So yeah, there's
gotta
a
figure
PR
out why it's doing that.
person. There's a PR person somewhere.
It does
She
it
said,
to
"I interpret
Morgan as
people's
well. Some
sentiments
here and there, but not as
towards
harshly.
this film as
I don't think so.
passion." She told Vogue Mexico, "What an honor to be a part of something that people feel so passionately about. We're not always going to agree with everyone who surrounds us, and all we can do is be our best."
That's
She's
what
such
you were
a
doing when you said you
fucking-
hope that Trump supporters know no peace, and you said the anti-Israeli stuff and all that because you need to be your best.
And Snow White was very dated, and
Oh yeah, and it was stalkery with the prince.
it was kind of stalkery, and yeah. She continued, "I understand that the conversation comes from the community not wanting to be seen as a monolith, but the reality of being Latino and working, but the reality
Oh,
of being
God, here we go.
Latino and working in this industry.
Here we go. Here we
is that
go.
we're trying to
Oh,
represent
really?
every-
Okay. Okay.
When I know where I've been, I represent my narrative, and I carry it in my heart every day. No one can ever tell me that it's not a part of me."
What's that have to do with anything?
What the fuck does that have to? Yes. What the fuck does that have to do with anything? I hate when they do this. They'll tell you how hard it is, but they make millions of dollars. No, it's not, bro. Stop it. Bullshit. Bullshit. That's equivalent as fucking what's her name? Selena Gomez crying over her so-called people. Like, bro, you are not doing this. You are not doing this. That's why you got clowned the fuck off. Like, what the hell? What are you doing? What are you crying for? Okay, if you're so let them come in. I bet you.
Says law.
I bet you that woman would not open her $1 million mansion for those people to move in. I bet you she wouldn't do it. I bet you. I bet you. How much money you guys would think she would actually open her so-called $1 million mansions? I know she has several. I'm pretty sure she has several of them, and open them to those individuals into our home. She will not do it.
Says W Ranch.
Same thing with what's his name?
Brightriclose says never.
Hassan. Hassan said that same shit. He was like saying something close to like eat the rich and blah blah blah. But you live in a $20 million mansion. What the fuck are you talking about? You are so out of touch. Like, this is why people don't like you. You say stupid shit and don't really like
JR
listen to
said it's
yourself.
literally the wipes tears away with stack of cash memes.
Like that shit. Yes, right? Like it's so weird. I'm like, bro, what the fuck? Like, why isn't the Colombian woman not making, what's her name? She was on Modern Family. Why she's not making a big fuss about it? Why George Lopez not making a big fuss about it? Maybe he did. Isn't he getting his show canceled or something? I forgot. Why have all the Hispanic celebrities not really saying anything except like Selena Gomez? Not a lot of them makes a lot of headway on that because they want to keep their money.
I don't know.
And the
It's all about money.
Like I said, probably because it's Mexico. It's variety Mexico. Here's the thing. Even people
I can understand it was affecting directly her. I get that. Or someone she has in her family. I can get that to a degree. But when it has nothing to do with you, what the fuck are you crying about? It has nothing to do with you.
If there's one princess that you shouldn't race swap.
Spiffy says in his hand was always about money.
Always about money.
And that's not the biggest issue. The biggest issue is Rachel Zegler's insufferable and people can't stand her.
Yeah.
They said shortly after the Snow White casting was unveiled, she had to deal with people on X. Well, she didn't have.
I'm surprised that she didn't say anything and start crying and ranting herself. This Rachel Zegler chick. I'm surprised she didn't make a whole Selena Gomez situation and came to her defense and all this and the third. I'm surprised she didn't do that to save herself to get some like recognition, some clout. I'm kind of surprised by that bullshit.
Have to. She chose to. It went on for days because all these people were angry. We need to love them in the right direction, Zegler said at the time. At the end of the day, I have a job to do, and I'm really excited to do it. I get to be a Latina princess.
Oh, you mean the job that's gonna last very long? The one that you burnt? The bridges that you burnt? Is that what you're talking about?
Snow White isn't a Latina
Right
princess.
Close says, yeah, she's
I
finally
noticed
learning
that
law.
I think she's learning too late, to be honest.
The TV spot got downvoted to.
JR said, think of it this way. If you made $20,000 a month, that's still only $240K. To buy a 20 mil mansion in straight cash after taxes, you'd have to pull 9.5K a fucking hour.
Not wrong.
Living because they're using the original movie to sell people on the nostalgia for the original movie, to sell people on the new version. I have noticed in the trailer, they're being very careful to make it look as close to the original as possible, and I have to wonder if the other shoe isn't going to drop. And it's like, oh, this is really.
I don't know. People said that they made her lighter too for like the one trailer. They lightened her skin tone or something.
God,
I didn't see that, but I'm pretty sure some people complaining about that too. I didn't really follow it because we had a lot going on at the time, and I just like, oh, whatever, who cares? It's Zegler. But yeah, so you're trying to get her to do damage control.
They're really scared of just picking a pale white woman to play a character that actually specifically describes her skin color, when her name is literally Snow White.
Can't we just all get along? And I'm like, says the woman who was saying the really hateful, shitty things she was saying, not that long ago. Also, the woman saying that, during the Hollywood strikes, that if she has to wear a princess dress all day, she better get paid for it.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, my
Like,
God,
I get to be a Latina princess. Like, it's an honor, but you better pay me for it.
It was like. Meanwhile, all the cast members in the park there,
Right, you don't get paid much. Yeah,
sweltering in the Florida and Anaheim heat, getting paid
dealing
like
with
$50
real
an
people.
hour. Dealing with real people, and some of them getting very grabby. Now it's interesting. You go out to the Independent, and the Independent is definitely a left-leaning outlet, and they are bringing up a laundry list of all the stupid, dumb shit she said over the years. They said that she attracted controversy when she referred to the original animated film as dated because there was a big focus on her love story with a guy who literally stalks her.
Which didn't happen, but I don't know where the fuck.
They do lead with the whole her being a Latina thing, but she's had multiple fiascos, and it's just like every month, anything you hear about this movie has been negative.
Oh, remember, in this time, when a man has any form of interest in a woman, it must be some type of form of stalking.
Oh, the comments are so over the top hatred.
And you wonder why men are going their own damn way?
For it, they made a song about it using the comments.
Yeah,
because it's so bad.
The weird thing about this movie, I can tell you what's going to happen. It's going to come and go, and it's going to be like I believe it's going to be the most uneventful thing ever. It's gonna be like the live action Cinderella, where people forgot they even did it. It was just like, oh yeah, we did Cinderella, didn't we? Oh yeah, we did.
They did, and no one remembers.
Everybody's gonna memory hole it, but the problem is the dumb stuff she has said leading up to this movie is going to damage her career beyond Snow White.
I think it's gonna bite her in the ass. Yeah,
I think she's hired a PR firm. I 100%.
If I was hiring people, and I was a studio, I want people that are going to do a good job and aren't going to be too controversial, because then you're going to lose half your audience or more. And she does not shut her mouth.
No. She doesn't, and I don't know if it's
Okay,
because
Gooba said
she's young,
Artextric
she
say
thinks
what you
she's
say
all
to
that,
your
or the
artist
hell
with
the. I mean, she definitely is like. To me, she comes across as just being like a stereotypical TikTok influencer, less than a movie star. Like she just.
Why would I say that? Now? Just out of nowhere? Wait, why do you want me to say that? Like, is there a reason?
Gooba said yeah.
Why? Wait, why? Are you trying to show someone something? Are you trying to prove something to someone? Give me context.
Will not shut up. This is interesting. This comes from Screen Rant. There's a woman on Screen Rant who said, yeah, there's been a lot.
So what's they're struggling with? Give me context on what they're struggling with, and I'll probably may have to give you some type of like pep talk, I guess.
Controversy surrounding this movie, and I hope to God they take a break from the live action movies.
They have to. There's too many. People are over them.
And the box office predictions are not that good. You know, it's I don't know.
Because it may not be an art style problem. It could be something else.
50 million.
So they're trying to figure out actually on Box Office Pro how much.
Jolly Answer says I agree. They need to take a break from the live action.
They are saying
her art style.
Saying she wants to find. Okay, you can't find an art style. An art style is a handwriting. It's like if you was young and you write words like A, B, C, 1, 2, and 3, and you make letters out of words, right? You learn how to draw A, B, C, D, E, F, and G, right? And you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? You have these. Hey, Flynn. It's been a while. You have these things, right? You learn how to do this over time as a child or mostly a child. Learning how to prepare yourself for school, right? If you have decent parents, they'll try to get you prepared for school. But like, say you learn this, right? And you apply these things based on numbers and how they use numbers and how they use words, right? How they make words. So from constantly saying A.
Stigley says an art style is just the way you want to draw.
It's just a handwriting. So if I draw heads over and 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 over again, you're gonna have a specific way in how you draw heads, even if you're not really putting that much effort, because everyone's different based on how they draw heads, right? So, like for instance, how I draw heads is different from how my mods draws heads. So to get your so-called art style, you have to do the thing called, a lot of people don't like to do, is practice. You want practice, but you guys ignore this and think there's an art style that just pops out of nowhere. I know, like a Bart.
I had to focus on life for a while. I also joined the U.S. military, Army branch.
Oh, let's go, bro. Be proud of yourself. Okay.
Stigley says nitrogen monoxide, not that word.
Yep. You practice. This is to get your art style. If you want the art style, as you claim so much that you kids focus on so much, it comes from the idea of practice. That's really what it's from. If you practice, and how do you practice? You practice the 8 fundamentals. The 8 fundamentals comes from, and I mentioned 5 of them on my YouTube video. You can go check that if you want. But like, the first you should focus on in this particular order is, it was shape, meaning 2D, form, meaning 3D, and then gesture. I can't. Gesture, meaning movement. You must learn these 3 first before you go to the others. If you learn these 3...
Spiggly says again, art style is just the way you want to draw.
Yes, but it's also based on your conceptual understanding on aspects of that drawing. So if I told you how to draw a head, and you know how to draw a head in certain angles, those concepts makes it much easier to make them 3D, apply them 3D, and make them gestural. So like if I draw a head like this, and I wanted to draw from under the chin, from constant practice, I can make it look like we're looking from under the chin from a sideways angle because of my experience of practice. So we can see the eyes here, nose is here, so on and so forth, under the chin, right? I'm doing this very rudimentary, but like the point of my understanding of that comes out easy as an art style because I have an understanding of that experience based on my visual library from practice. That's how that works. So first thing, shape. I make a circle. That is the 2D shape.
More than our said foundations. First is what I tell people.
Right? And then the 3D shape comes in, form, me making the lips line like that. And then working with that lips line to make up said head. And then gesture based on the line of action, but we're not doing a real pose. I'm just getting...
She said, how am I meant to find it if I don't even like my handwriting?
That means you need to practice. That's where the... Bro, she just proved my point! Guys, did you hear what she just said? She doesn't like the handwriting, right? That means she doesn't practice.
Spigby says LMAO.
She proved my point! I said it thousands of times. Y'all are trying to... The so-called, I don't know how to draw, and like, okay. The so-called... I'm not screaming at her, just to be clear. The epiphany just literally slapped in. I hope everyone just heard what she just said. The idea...
Riker close says long.
I said it. The reason why you guys say
we all need to practice.
The art block... We'll move. The art block isn't real. It's not real. Because Op's friend says they don't like their handwriting. Their handwriting is the art style. But because it's not pretty, they're not going to practice. So what they're doing is they're focusing on what is...
Jolly says it's just an excuse to say we have art block.
Yes, it's an excuse. It's a subconscious...
Art block is just people who are busy or are lazy.
Yes, it's a subconscious excuse to say, I don't need to practice. I just need to draw something that is nice. That is a strange dissidence problem.
Said I don't care what my handwriting looks like.
See? Like, well, the handwriting is the metaphor for the art block. I mean, for the art block, for the art style. But the point is that because I want to, I say it all the time, art block does exist because most of you, if you can draw, someone came in just early, I don't know who it was. They said, I'm getting back into drawing and I'm kind of like a beginner and I want to draw stuff, but I don't know where to start. And I asked them,
is that I am a lazy son of a BCCA.
So like they asked the question, what should I start? I said, can you draw a head? And they said, no. I said, start there. How can you draw characters if you don't know how to draw a head? How you can draw a character if you can't draw a body? You know what I'm saying? Draw the things that you need to draw. But you guys are ignoring. It's like me saying I want to be a programmer, but I don't want to learn how to code. How does that make sense? How can I teach you to program if you don't know how to code? If you don't know any basic concept of coding, you don't practice it, how can you apply it? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's insane. It's a weird thing that happens. It's like when a woman slaps a man across the face, and then when he, like, pushes her out of the way, they're like, oh, bro, you're being mean to that woman, but did you not see the woman slap you across the fucking face? We just pretend we didn't see that? Okay. Like, it's a weird thing. I don't know why.
Spigby says also, no offense, but drawing a head is kind of the easiest thing to draw and learn.
That's what I'm saying. And I picked something very... I didn't say go, like, draw a car or something. I said something that they need to learn because majority of y'all not trying to draw no car. Now, majority you're trying to draw some robots. Most of you need to draw a person to get basic concepts because, well, you're a person and you have understanding what a hand is, what a head is, what an eye is. You know what those things are. You are those things. Those are part of you, right? So if I said go draw a head, that sounds like a lot in most people's heads who don't want to practice. But when they really think about it, majority of you just want to draw characters all damn day. You know what I'm saying? This is the...
News says, hey.
Oh, This is what I'm talking about. I said this thousands of times.
Bassett said, honestly, my best drawing is or at least used to be animals.
Honestly, my best drawing is at least used to be animals. Oh, okay. So like,
Jolly says they also perceive it as an order.
so this is not an attack on your friend, Ops. This is why I've been talking about what beginners do all the time. They do this and they put themselves in this weird rock and hard place situation where they don't need to be. The handwriting is the art style. For you to get the art style, you need to practice concepts. So these concepts must be practiced for you to build that type of handwriting to get the art style you get. The concept is like a head. Then you practice said head. Right? And then the practice will show over time, based on how you construct the heads, will make both the art style based on, because no one's drawing is all the same. No one draws the same. Just like how no one can like draw numbers the same. You can practice and try copy someone very closely, but it'll never be 100%. Unless you're a computer, and then you're kind of fucked. But then just the point, that's what I'm saying. So for students who are listening to this, art block does not exist. It does not exist. It is an excuse for usually beginners and some a little more experienced people who are trying to draw something that is very cool, that interests them. It could be a furry art, could be mecha art, could be anime art, could be realistic art. It doesn't matter what, could be abstract art, doesn't matter what it is.
People are better off with animals, buildings, plants, and/or people.
And nothing's wrong with that. If you're good at drawing, say like cars and stuff more than you are drawing people, focus on cars. If you're good at drawing inanimate objects, like a cup, a video game remote, a mini fan.
Jolly says, what is mecha art?
Mecha art is robots like Fooly Cooley and Gurren Lagann and Gundam or stuff like that. So like, it does not exist. Because for you to have art block, your name should be Kim Jong-il. For most of you who don't know who that is, he's that person who can literally draw virtually anything from his head. He can draw in any perspective. And he was really good at it with a pen.
Jolly says jealous FR.
He will do like Kim Jong-il, I think is. I remember he had a whole canvas, a giant canvas on the wall, and he just drew a bunch of random shit, and it was all intangible one. Like, it didn't matter what he drew. It could be like a naked old man to like a very sexy looking robot girl to like a helicopter with furries in them. It could be anything, military furries in them and a helicopter. It didn't matter what it was. He can literally draw it in any perspective with no issue. He didn't have to do no prep time of like sketching and all that shit. He just drew that bitch.
I think I've seen some of his art.
Yes, most of us have.
Spigby says I'm gonna get roasted for this, but I might learn furry art Ingle.
That's perfectly fine. You can still apply what I do here to your furry art, to a degree. Not 100%, but to like an 80%. But it still works because for you to construct the character, you need to understand these things.
Draw some squiggly lines and then make it into something.
You can make anything into anything. You can make, like I said, you can make a shape like this, right? And then make the forms out of it and make something look 3D. This could be like a character design in your own way, and then give it eyeballs, and then a mouth. And then this could be its back, but you can give it arms like this, like an alien, right? And then it doesn't even have to be like, it doesn't have to have legs. You can like put these like propeller things under it. So it's like floating, like Zenyatta or something. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't have to, like, make an actual person, but you have to at least learn these concepts. And remember, this is not a real person. This is not even a character. This is not a known character. I just made something random. But the thing is, to apply this, I applied the shape. You saw me make a whole shape. Then I make a form, meaning the 3D lines that makes it look 3D. And then I gave it a face and a thing. And the gesture's there. The line of action. I have to make this YouTube
Flynn
video.
Bassett said, just don't be an illegal alien. The space cops will come after you.
That too. But like, pretty much, that's what I'm saying, bro. Like, a lot of you, there's no such thing as art block. There's none. It doesn't exist. Y'all want to pretend it exists? That's fine. If you want to tell yourself that, that's fine. But it doesn't exist. Because majority of you can't draw a hand, much less a head.
Jolly Ancha says, no, we're just lazy.
Yeah, it's just lazy. Or you're just looking for the best route. And I understand, I get it. I used to do it too. You're trying to look for the best route of not doing as much work. I get it. Who doesn't want to do that? Like, who the smartest person is the one who don't have to do most in the situation to get the... It's like gambling, right? You want to get the most results for the most less effort towards it, right? That's a winner in most people's heads. If you can somehow manage to make $1 million by doing like bar minimum of anything, why not?
Spigby says never thought of it like that, no.
Right? Like look at Kim Kardashian. Most of the Kardashians are talentless hacks. Let's just call it for what it is. They're not talented. There's no talent. They just happen to be families that are connected to more powerful people and then kind of like build off from that. That's it. Because the father was some type of lawyer who was like
Jolly Ancha says I am trying to veer away from the easy route for the extra challenge.
I understand, but then again, I'm not saying to just take the hard route if you don't have to. If you have to, that's one thing. If you don't have to, there's other ways of doing things. There's no right way of doing, well, in art, there's no right way of doing anything. It's just what you're most comfortable doing, what you can see yourself doing, and what isn't too, like, taxing on oneself. That's subjective at that point. What I consider subjective, what I consider...
You'll never see it coming. You'll see that my mind is too fast for eyes. You're done in. You're
not surprised. Like, what I consider taxing, like me drawing speed arts and all that stuff. When you guys watch me do a speed art when I'm doing it really fast and stuff and I make a character, some of you feel like that's amazing. I want to draw too. But when you start doing it, you're like, oh, fuck, this is a lot of work. Oh, man. I get it. But because I can do that, it's not because I'm born to do that. I practice a lot, and I do it every day. So, like, it's kind of weird if I couldn't do that to a certain degree. So, it is what it is. But I hope that answers the question. There's no such thing as art block. There's no such thing of finding your own style. I hate that term because style is such a over term for being special. Like, fuck that. Stop worrying about the style. Learn how to draw a head. Because you know who don't have to go up to her you know, many professionals don't have to mention their style. Other people talk about their style. It's like Bill Gates. You don't have to know he's rich. You know he's rich.
Don't be stinky and just draw.
You know what I'm saying?
The block is just a block of wood.
Right? You know he's rich. When you have to tell people you're rich, you're probably not that rich. Or you're really poor-minded in the head.
Jolly Ancha says some mess.
See?
Spigby says learn how to draw a box
in different perspectives.
Then we'll talk.
Yes, like if you can draw a box from like, hold on, and use perspective, like you can use the perspective live and draw a box from like up top, like here, or better yet, we can use box here and a box down here. You can see on top of the box like that. This one's actually off. This one's wrong. So you draw a box like 1, 2. Like that. We can see a box from up top. We're seeing the bottom of the box. And we're seeing the bottom of the top of this box. And we can't see either top nor bottom. We can see the bottom, we can't see the top. We can see the top, but we can't see the bottom. We can't see nor top nor bottom. We're straight ahead. You guys need to learn how to do things like this. But you guys are too infatuated with, I don't know, it looking cute or some shit. I don't know. So avoid doing that. That's a distraction. All that shit is a big distraction.
Yes, I agree.
So
65 to 85 million dollars for
sure.
Starlight.
actually,
No
people who don't want to,
freaking-
people who want to art style is the type of people who wants to look. They want to have 6-pack abs, but they don't want to do crunches.
Said I'm not going to draw a box of blocks with coconuts being eaten by crocs.
But like it's equivalent of saying I want to be ripped and I want 6-pack abs and
Bigby says
know,
if you can't even draw a box in different perspective, how TF are you gonna learn shading, etc.?
I don't know. They focus so much on the aesthetic, they don't really focus on the hard work behind it, you know. So it's like someone who's really ripped. They're not ripped because they're just born like that. They may have some genetic like advantages, but that goes so far. But then again, they didn't just woke up one day with 6-pack abs. You know what I'm saying? They still have to work out somewhere down the line. This is like when people say, oh, you know, that must be talent. I don't think it's talent. I don't think talent exists when it comes to art. I think the talent in that is to understand concepts.
Flynn asks, would you try to draw that Artextric?
If you paid me. I can't do shit like that for free. But if you pay me, yeah. That's what that feels like all the time. It's not talent. It's just you have to work hard. Some people can capture things than others. Remember, the person that you think is really good at drawing, they may be good at 6 concepts because they didn't understand them and practice them, right? But you who are younger or probably even older, you might understand those concepts better than them when they first started. So you might actually surpass them in certain areas, not probably everything, but in certain areas that they was working at. So I always say this, what takes 6 months might take me 6 days. What takes you 6 months might take me 6 days. What takes me 6 years might take you 6 months. What takes someone else 6 days may take them 6 hours. So everyone's different. So when someone asks me the question, how long did it take you to get to X, Y, and Z? Trying to measure yourself to someone else makes no sense. It's kind of pointless. So
Flynn Bassens said, nah, I'll draw it myself. It might look funny, but that is the point of what I said.
makes sense.
Wait, nobody is talking about this movie except for YouTubers who are crapping on this
I
movie.
hope that answers the question.
There's very few people. I mean, I'm on Disney boards, and even the Disney boards are mocking this movie for the most part.
I have heard 50, 45 to 50 if they're lucky.
I think it's going to go the way of the Marvels, yes.
Yeah, some people think it's going to go as low as 30-something. I mean, I think it'll do okay-ish because there really aren't a lot of movies coming out between now and then. But it depends on how the movie is, too, right? Because if it comes out and it's just total dog crap, I mean, it has to be at least somewhat competent, like these live-action remakes. If it's very... I'll tell you what will make or break it. If it is very different from the movie, from the animated movie, and people watch it and they're like, what the hell did I just watch? And the word of mouth gets out.
Yeah, word of mouth.
Everything is different.
Marbles or cars.
Then, if it comes out and it's actually like, okay, that wasn't the worst thing ever. Like, the dwarfs are weird, but it wasn't the worst thing ever. Then people might actually go see it. I don't know. But either way, I think they're going to get hosed on this one. They know they're going to get hosed on this one. And I think Zegler, I'm leaning toward her hiring her own PR person just to save her career after this, because I think she knows it's going to be a disaster.
Probably.
But
told
anyway, we got to wrap this up.
Yep, can't wait to see how this goes.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting, guys. So please
Weeks.
please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants. We'll talk later.
Bye.
Crazy. Okay, Kathy. Oh, so this woman is... Oh, she is getting fired. Okay.
It's done. Yes, Mr. Frodo. It's over now.
Well, it finally happened. After years of rumor and speculation, false claims, deception, and ejaculation, it seems that Kathleen Kennedy is finally leaving Lucasfilm. I know, we've heard this same thing 100 times over from every clickbait algorithm chasing rumor merchant on YouTube, but in this case, it looks like it's actually legit. All the major trade.
Yes,
Yeah,
I
sure,
agree.
with a
Folded hands emoji, clapping hands emoji,
It's a
beaming
medium
face with
hairline.
smiling
Right for
eyes
close
emoji,
says I
singing
seen this
glasses
before
emoji.
the stream law.
Oh, you did? Oh, fuck. I'm sorry about that, bro. But it says hairline goes to the middle of the neck. It's slipped back in, and I can't figure out how to draw it. Yeah, just send it to me and I'll look at it.
Are reporting the same thing. She's decided to step down when her contract expires at the end of this
Right
year.
for close
She
says
hasn't
it's
been
good
fired,
blow.
she's not leaving
Okay.
in disgrace, and she hasn't been forced out by some internal coup. She's going out as we all knew she would, when she was damn well good and ready, probably to a shower of lifetime achievement awards, meaningless accolades, and fake praise from the shill media, not to mention the golden handshake to end all golden handshakes, but leaving she is. This, dear viewer, is it. The Kennedy era of Star Wars is at an end. And wow, what an era it's been. Tell me, what was your favourite aspect of her tenure? Was it her stunning and brave decision to relaunch a multi-billion-dollar franchise with a trilogy of movies that had no particular plan or creative roadmap? Was it her savvy move of hiring an arrogant, pretentious wannabe auteur with zero respect or understanding of the franchise, and then giving him a creative blank check to write the middle entry of a trilogy where he ended up killing off most of the major storylines and characters?
Looking back, would you change anything in your script, or do you stand by all your choices?
Nope, stand by every choice. Stand by every choice. Stand by every choice.
Maybe it was the way she wisely failed to properly manage her writers and directors, hiring people who were totally unsuited to the task at hand and leading to costly replacements midway through production. Was it her inspired choice to scrap the hugely popular expanded universe that had been slowly built up over decades, only to realize later that her functionally retarded story group wasn't able to come up with any good ideas of their own,
Spinkby says
forcing them to
stand by
steal
every
characters and
choice.
storylines from the very media that they erased from canon? Was it the way she bravely presided over a 50% drop in revenue over the course of the sequel trilogy, not to mention the first outright box office flop in Star Wars movie history? Perhaps it was the endless stream of speculative new film and TV projects that were announced way too early in development with no real plan, structure, or connection to reality, only to go nowhere and ultimately get cancelled. Maybe you appreciated the inspired way she brought back a 900-year-old Harrison Ford to play Indiana Jones one more time, yet again falling back on the tried and tested formula of making a once iconic straight white male hero into a sad, pathetic old man who's given up on life and has to be shown the correct way by a smart, sassy, spirited young woman who's better than him at everything. Or maybe you were truly impressed by Willow, a TV show so disastrously, embarrassingly awful that Disney actually chose to scrub it from their streaming service.
He was in the latest movie. He was in the latest Marvel movie. Just a couple of days ago. I think it was like days. Was it a week ago? I think it was a couple of days ago. Can't remember. The Brave New World. He's in it. He plays as Red Hulk.
And take the tax write-off rather than allow it to continue existing. Or maybe it was her big brain decision to bombard the audience with a withering barrage of invincible, stoic, all-conquering self-insertion girl bosses shoved into absolutely everything that were so functionally identical.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He was in Red Hulk. He was Red Hulk. Harrison Ford is still alive. He was in the most latest movie from Marvel from a couple of days ago. He's still alive.
Came off an assembly line, turning a well-known boys brand that everyone could enjoy into a prickly, preachy, pandering girl brand that nobody could enjoy. Honestly, there's so many achievements to pick from, it's hard to even know where to begin. They say in business that people rise to their level of incompetence, and I think old Kathy here is living proof of that theory. A woman of modest talents but massive ego and ambition, who was able to ride the coattails of industry titans like Spielberg, Lucas, and Marshall with a series of not particularly demanding producer gigs, and basically inherited the role of Lucasfilm.
Yeah, it's been, I don't know if you've been seeing the commercials. You haven't seen the commercials on YouTube? I know you've been busy, but you haven't been on YouTube lately, or have you? Yeah, like they've been pushing that movie for a good while, and then they've made a bunch of reshoots and stuff. The movie's out now, but nothing's good is happening with that. So, but we all saw that coming. So.
President from an aging George Lucas almost by default. And this truly is where she came unstuck at last. Lacking the creative vision, the imagination, the leadership ability, or the organizational skills to properly manage a studio like Lucasfilm, she instead commissioned projects left, right, and center, headed by whoever happened to be flavor of the month in Hollywood at the time, with no real understanding or thought for how they'd fit together into a larger franchise. With no particular creative drive of her own, she allowed most of these projects to meander aimlessly, letting creatives do whatever they wanted, even if it was detrimental.
Yeah, he's in the trailer too. He's in the Red Hulk trailer. And the Brave New World trailer.
To the franchise, and only stepping in when things spiraled out of control and it was already too late. She didn't particularly understand Star Wars or Indiana Jones or even Willow, and probably didn't give a shit about any of them. All she really wanted was to put her stamp on them, to reshape them into her image. And well, she definitely did that. Probably not in the way she'd intended, but it won't be forgotten easily, that's for sure. Like some kind of all-consuming pop culture tornado, she rampaged through the world of entertainment, leaving a trail of broken and destroyed IPs in her wake. In a way, she became the public face of everything that people have grown to hate about modern filmmaking. The shameless strip mining of old franchises with lame cash grab sequels and creatively bankrupt spin-offs. The mean-spirited emasculation of aging male heroes and their replacement with abrasive, unlikable girl bosses.
Specifically white ones, but they was trying to do this shit with Blade as well, so, you know, that too. They did that with Blade. They was trying to do that with Blade where the movie's called Blade, but he gets replaced.
Do you watch Invincible?
I seen season 1. I don't think I've seen season 2. I don't remember for anything from season 2, but I have to watch it. Just haven't had time. But the thing is like they tried to do this with Blade. They tried to replace Blade with his daughter or something and her 3 other friends or some stupid shit. So like Blade doesn't come at the far end of the movie, like the third half of the movie.
Flynn Bassett said it's on season 3, lol. Okay,
so I'll have to go check. But yeah, but like the Blade movie, like for real, like the script was going to have
the character in artwork.
Okay, I'll go check in a second. The Blade movie was supposed to be about Blade and his daughter, or his daughter specifically. It's called Blade, but you don't see Blade till like the third end of the movie, like the third half of the movie. So it's about his daughter and her stupid friends. That was literally what that was about. And technically it was going to replace Blade with his daughter. So it's called Blade, the legendary vampire hunter, being replaced by his no-name daughter that no one knows or cares about. And even if she was in the comics, no one cares enough to, you know, get excited for such things.
The indulgent excesses of divisive identity politics and fan baiting, and the hiring of people based on what diversity boxes they tick instead of what actual skills they have. And what really pissed people off the most was her absolute refusal to accept any kind of responsibility for a growing list of failures. Any other studio head would have been shown the door at least 5 years ago after Solo bombed at the box office.
Especially if he was a man. Oh yes, if he was a black guy, a white guy, Asian guy, any type of guy, especially if he's really a man, I bet you they will got gone almost instantly.
But for some reason, Kennedy just seemed impervious to criticism. No matter how many times she fucked up, no matter how many franchises she ruined or how much money she flushed down the shitter, not once was she ever rebuked or demoted, and she absolutely refused to acknowledge that anything might be wrong. She just carried on smiling and showing up to premieres, acting like everything was going just great. Couldn't possibly have her take responsibility for her own fuck-ups, could we? Jesus, and they talk about the male ego. But you can only ignore time and reality for so long. And now that she's 72 years old and basically run out of things to ruin, I guess it was time for her to call it a day. And when she walks out that door at Lucasfilm for the last time, I'm sure she'll be showered with all the praise and awards that Hollywood can bestow on her. She'll have endless bootlicking articles gushing about how she broke glass ceilings and blazed a trail for female producers everywhere, and probably a best-selling autobiography about her incredible career accomplishments. But none of that is going to change the fact that she ran not one but 3 different IPs into the ground with her unique combination of absolute incompetence, boneheaded stupidity, and ego-driven vanity, losing billions of dollars in revenue and turning icons of pop culture into embarrassing, lame failures. And the real question now is, what happens next? Who's going to be given the monumental task of trying to unfuck 10 years of Kathleen Kennedy mismanagement? Well, it ain't going to be Dave Filoni, that's for sure. That guy showed us exactly what he was capable of when he was put in charge of Ahsoka, and as it turns out, it wasn't much. There's no point getting rid of an idiot if you're just going to replace them with a retard. And the thing is, even with Kennedy gone, her influence at Lucasfilm's gonna linger on like a fart in an elevator, as long as the disciples that she hired are allowed to keep their jobs and keep pushing the same garbage into their work. If Disney actually want to change things and make a genuine effort to bring Star Wars back from the dead, there's gonna have to be the kind of wholesale purge at Lucasfilm that would make Joseph Stalin green with envy. And quite frankly, I don't think they've got the balls to even attempt something like that.
Sorry you had to go, but let's face it, you are a fucking waste of skin. Waste of skin.
Now you're like, waste of space. He said skin. He said skin. I'm like, oh my god.
Skin, yeah.
Anyway, that's all I've got for today. Go away now.
Damn. Bro. Investors want... What? Investors want in-game ads. Valve blocks them? Are you serious? Are they trying to put game ads into
Flynn
games?
Bassett said, "Put the cookie down. You've had enough."
This game... Wait, I want to hear this. This anime exposed 28... Oh.
In 2008, a slice-of-life anime called Tiny came out. 2 years later, a man who worked on it was found dead. And for a while, this incident was a mystery. The big question being whether he did it himself or whether it was staged. It would take the government 4 years to finish their investigation. That after he'd worked 600 hours with no paid overtime in a week where he couldn't even go home, the man had ended his life working for one of the most famous anime studios in Japan, which got off completely scot-free.
In order to know super commerce, how much coverage do you think this got, given how popular anime is?
The lines are like 5 hours.
Earthquake, we're all
I
fucking
mean, I've
dying.
seen a lot.
Man, it was like it never happened.
And in my quest to find out the answer to one simple question, I unearthed the dark truth that anime would rather you not know. That behind the cute girls running around on your screen is a war that has been raging since before World War II, entangling in it some of the most famous Japanese people in history, from the seats of power in the Japanese government all the way across the ocean to the doorsteps of Walt Disney. A war that has consumed countless numbers of innocent lives and dreams as people fight to just be treated like human beings. Hijacked by companies exploiting the fallout of anime's god, doing it all to slowly fall apart at the seams.
Bro, I have no problem with your video so far. I have no issue with it. The issue is that the sound is way overpowering over your voice, so it's kind of hard to hear what you're saying.
Flynn Bassett
But the worst part
"Have
is,
you seen the Canon
you've been staring at the
SSJ4?
truth for years.
I have
It's
seen the
just
picture.
one
I've seen the fan art of it.
Away.
But I have not been keeping up with,
In January 2019,
with,
a new
what do you
horror
call it?
anime was released, featuring a group of orphans being raised to slaughter. The Promised Neverland quickly became the most popular of the season. Every man, woman, and child was talking about it. The story, the characters, the atmosphere, everything was phenomenal. So when The Promised Neverland Season 2 was announced in early 2021, anime fans expected nothing less than an epic
Flynn
sequel to the
Bassett
story that
Daima.
shook the winter of
Daima, there you
2019. But that's not what they got.
I just finished watching episode 6 of Promised Neverland season
horrible.
2, and it is the most abominable, putrid pile of dog shit I've ever
The
seen.
second season of The Promised Neverland was bad. Like, really bad. And what happened to that second season quickly became one of the biggest mysteries of 2021. How did such a popular series suddenly turn into such a dumpster fire? Was the animation studio just inept? Was it higher up corporate pressure? Was the manga artist pulling the strings? Nobody knew, and virtually nothing was said about it. Overshadowed by the other two series Studio Cloverworks made in 2021, The Promised Neverland Season 2 was seemingly thrown out the window as if the entire series was a failure. As
I had
if
a
the first
feeling that
season
was
a
it.
mega popular success. As if the studio was in debt or something. As fans were finishing up Demon Slayer and Attack on Titan Season 3, Cloverworks would reveal something odd. After having produced not only The Promised Neverland, but also Darling in the Franxx and Bunny Girl Senpai in the same fiscal year, the studio had made no profit. In fact, they were 7 million yen in the hole. And they were
cut out a
the
lot
anime
of
industry
content.
reported
I
that
believe
it grew to
that.
a market cap of 2 trillion yen. Industry surveys reported that the back end of the anime industry was actually in a crisis. 40% of all studios in debt, the industry shrinking by 5%, anime numbers collapsing for 4 years straight, and what seemed like an endless stream of employee horror stories. It was so bad that some reports even predicted the industry's imminent collapse, something that anime had actually done to itself. In the 1960s, the manga and anime industry got into a civil war. Specifically, this man, godfather of manga Osamu Tezuka, thought Japan's biggest animation studio was a load of shit. Toei thought Tezuka was a massive bitch. Feeling like he had no control over his story and the production process, Tezuka decided to build his own anime studio from the fortune he made and take the direction of anime into his own hands, eventually arriving at his crown jewel, an anime adaptation of his manga masterpiece, Astro Boy. Now with an anime on his hands, all he had to do was bid for a slot in the air, which unbeknownst to Tezuka meant that he had to outbid the one and only
Disney. Did you check with the government and see if they needed any money lately?
Faced with the challenge of having to financially outbid Disney in order to air his anime to the public, Tezuka realized something important. He might not have been as rich as Disney, but he had bigger balls.
Okay.
And so he decided to take the age-old financial advice of, if you can't buy it, then go into debt for it. A lot of debt for it.
I don't think that makes a lot of sense.
Luckily, since Astro Boy was already popular in Japan, and Tezuka decided to push for the unheard of rate of an episode a week, Tezuka managed to turn his smart financial decision into billions of dollars of profit through the power of marketing and merchandise. Faced with that amount of money, other animation studios quickly conformed to this weekly schedule, using Tezuka's refined techniques to kind of cheat the animation process and make it easier to upload every week, and sending Tezuka to the god of anime, as well as manga. It's a spicy title. There's only one problem though. Astro Boy looks like this.
That night, at the Institute of Science,
modern anime looks like this. That weekly upload schedule has not changed. In addition, not every animation studio could just go into hilarious amounts of debt. And while TV stations and the government could initially make up that shortfall, by the time Neon Genesis Evangelion rolled around, anime was just getting way too expensive. And with Japan's economic miracle about to explode in the country's face, the decision was made to implement a relatively unknown funding strategy that had in it a slow, creeping death. That explains how animators can barely afford food while their creations go on to rake in billions of dollars of profit and being nearly impossible to escape from. But the worst part is, you already know what it is. K-On! Is a slice of life anime involving a group of high school girls who make a band called the Sakurako K-On! It's a pretty cute show, but when I watched it for the first time, I found something really off. Besides the fact that Mio overrated, Ritsu best girl, in the opening of every episode, an inexplicable blurb of text would appear on screen without fail that made me question my sanity. Here, see if you can spot it. There. The show about the fictional Sakurako K-On! Was produced by the Sakurako K-On! And once I saw that, it was like the floodgates had opened. You're on Land of the Lustrous.
I've seen...
Even the Promised
I've seen season 2? I don't remember seeing season 2. I remember seeing season 1. No, the last time I got off is when those do I refer to them as Yakuza? Those mafia men took the rabbit and it was going to eat her, I guess, per se. But it didn't happen. Because the deer came to it. I guess the deer came and helped, and also Luigi? Was his name Luigi? What's his name? The wolf. Starts with L. Legoshi, I think something. Legoshi. I think that's his name. That's the last time I watched when she got saved by Legoshi and I think the deer from getting eaten.
Nearly every single anime had this weird little text at the end, and then some just didn't include it. And with how anime credits are structured, the most important people came at the end. So what was more important than the animation studio, the anime director, and even the original author?
Yeah, that's season 1. I haven't seen season 2 then.
Remember when I brought up Astro Boy and Chainsaw Man?
I think it's pretty good. I like anime.
The actual difference between the...
I noticed that 3D anime is kind of like making its rise, and it did a great job with Vash the Stampede, or Vash. Is it Vash? Trigon. Is it called Vash or is it Trigon? I think it's called Trigon. The newest one. I don't know if they refer to it as Trigon or they just call it Vash the Stampede. But the 3D-ness is getting better and better. But I still prefer the anime traditional way of how things are hand-drawn. I don't know, it's just something about hand drawing is a lot better. But that's just me being biased to a degree, so, you know. But the show so far, when I remember watching it, it wasn't that bad. It was actually pretty good, story-wise, character-wise.
Flynn Bassett said Berserk also has 3D.
Yeah, and that went totally off the rails. That shit was stupid. I'm sorry, the 3D version is horrible. I think I saw it on Netflix. That shit was horrible. And I think a bunch of people made a bunch of memes on it too. I could not watch it. It was hard to watch. It was like it's not even an Uncanny Valley. It just felt like we're in like 2001 levels of like animation, which is funny because I think I think Jimmy Neutron came out. The cartoon show came out in like 03. So
these two anyways. More
or 04.
Colors, more detail, more good stuff. I mean, okay, this picture probably took longer to draw, but aren't animation studios made up of artists? Just throw a few on there and it would take like an hour, right? It can't be that. Oh my god. That's what the problem is. Not only is there like a million frames in a single anime episode, there's 2D art, 3D art, special effects, voice actors, music, people who plan, stage, direct, scriptwrite, edit, manage the whole operation. Whether it's so employees know what's going on or keeping character models consistent so a character doesn't suddenly become a different race the next time you see them, the anime production process is ginormous. So with all these people running around and busting their asses to make your favorite anime, let me ask you a question. Who's gonna pay all of it?
7% here, a loss of 37 points or so. Apple shares are just getting hammered.
Making anime is like entering the stock market.
Freaked out, waiting to see how low we'll go.
When you buy a company's stock, you're technically buying an ownership in the company, which means that you technically have power over what the company does. But come on, what are you going to do with your 0.1 shares of Apple? And we all know due diligence is a myth. Now, okay, forget about all that bullshit. What's the real reason you invest in the stock market? Money. And that, my friends, is what Neon Genesis Evangelion did to anime. It turned the entire thing into the stock market. Which means that, yeah, a few girls and a guy with mental health issues have made it so that you could own a portion of your favorite anime and even make money off of it if it does well. Isn't that great? I lied. You can't. Because the only people allowed to enter the anime market are people who can pull a Tezuka and spin an anime into $1 billion of profit, which nowadays means you have to be a corporation. And with each anime being infinitely more complicated than the last, and production values skyrocketing with little to stop them, more and more bigger and bigger corporations are being called on to invest in the anime that you want. Which means all these companies are fighting over how they want the anime to go, making the entire process an expensive, bureaucratic nightmare. Wait, hold up a second. If production values are going up, then why are 40% of all anime studios in debt? Shouldn't the production committee raise enough money to cover the wages and the production? Well, let me introduce you to one man. Justice once. PewDiePie. You remember that time Felix was waging a sub battle against T-Series? Well, number-wise, he lost. Spoiler alert. But does anyone actually care? It wasn't like after the dust settled, everyone thought he was a massive loser and unsubscribed. This, incidentally, is how Japanese companies work. Replace a few labels on the graph, and suddenly you have Japanese inter-corporate culture, or something like that. Since production committees are made up of companies coming from various industries, if two companies come from the same industry, say body pillows, there will inevitably be one company that outsells the other, aka a winner and a loser. Actually, it should be the other way around. And Japanese companies really don't like being the loser. So much to the point that there will only be one company per industry on the production committee, severely limiting the amount of money that can go into anime production, because companies have budgets. And okay, you know what, let's just get someone in the industry to explain it instead.
それが2000万円だったとしたら1000万円しかできない。でも権利は絶対に 10% 欲しい。となると2000円が 10%
Okay, Japanese companies suck, but what about foreign ones? Surely some big international company has looked at this and realized it might make them some money, right? Well, no, not really, because anime is a stock, and in stocks, money is control. So to prevent some random-ass company from essentially buying out their anime, the production committee will take that foreign investment meant for one anime and instead of put it into 100, screwing literally every party over just to maintain their majority control.
それは何かっていうと願望状態
And what can the people who draw the anime do about this?
Nothing.
Nothing, because most of the time they're not even on the committee, and even if they are, they don't have enough ownership to force the committee to raise more money. So they're put into a very pleasant position of having to make anime with pretty much no money. And they do make an anime because they signed a contract that says they have to, and once that anemically funded anime goes out, the production committee turns around and says, oh wow, you made this anime with no money? Clearly you're capable, so why don't we do it again? This is what the Sakurako Keiyobu actually is, the production committee, who doesn't value anime for your petty little reasons like laughs, tears, or childhood memories. but as a means to one single end, to make as much money as possible. But hold on a minute, let's not jump to conclusions here. Production committees are kind of scummy, but it's not like they're all evil mustache twirling
これは
villains.
まあ吉原氏なんだけど、今日はあえていいもの悪者っていうのを設定して話してみ
And
る。
unfortunately, the service they provide is kind of necessary. I mean, how many studios can you think of that can cough up the multiple hundreds of thousands of dollars that it costs to just produce one episode of anime, let alone the millions it takes to produce an entire season? And don't forget, these anime that you watch, they're all a product of survivorship bias. These actually survived the process. Imagine the 90% of anime that get all this funding just to never be released, which would put studios into multiple millions of dollars of debt. These anime studios need money to survive, and the production committee does that for them, even if it's really shittily. They raise the money and allocate it to revenue stream. The anime, the merch, the t-shirts, the body pillows. It's just ironic that out of all of these streams of income, the least profitable part of it is the anime itself.
Hello everybody, my name is...
How do you think YouTubers make money? Discounting all the merch, sponsorships, and all the other stuff. The main way any YouTuber makes money off YouTube itself is ads. Sorry about that. Advertisers want to make a lot of money by sending a lot of stuff to a lot of people, which means they'll pay more for ads to either reach a lot of people, or the really rich people, or both. Which is anime's issue. Because the time anime is aired on TV in Japan is not really conducive to advertisers. With the waking hours being taken up by shows that are aimed at an audience that usually doesn't have any money, and the shows that are actually aimed at people who have money are aired at a time when most of them are asleep. Which means advertisers won't pay that much unless it's an uber popular anime like Demon Slayer. So if anime doesn't make that much money, then what does?
So I'm waiting in line to get the figures. I've gone to get the figures. This man in front of me literally just spent about $6 grand.
Are you fucking...
$10,000.
$10,000. I can't do that, bro.
$10,000.
$10,000. Just like how Tezuka put his bets on the power of otaku, so do modern production committees, who invest the majority of their money not into making the anime, but getting the word out about the anime, and making all the merch that anime fans gobble up, which through a strange turn of events has resulted in this. Do you notice something wrong? Why is this DVD so expensive? Price of anime DVDs have always looked kind of ridiculous to me. You want me to pay almost $50 for a part of a season of an anime that I can just watch online for free through verified online streaming sites? And beyond that, people don't buy DVDs anymore, right?
Sweet, because I have a lot. I have a few hundred.
Well, as it turns out, people still do. And in fact, anime DVDs are like this MacBook Pro stand, a luxury item, overpriced because the profit made from the people buying is enough to outweigh all the lost profit from the people who don't. In fact, in the good old days, anime DVDs used to make so much profit that it's propped up entire studios before. Spoiler alert, those good old days are over. Because nowadays, most anime is watched through streaming services like Crunchyroll and Netflix, so the committee requires pay a few $1,000s minimum per anime episode in an attempt to recoup production costs. An attempt that's usually completely hopeless. Because did I mention that anime is getting so expensive that entire production committee...
Who has the limited... Damn.
These are going into debt.
That might have actual value.
Realization that, yeah, your life is probably worth less than Orimo or El Manga Sensei is worth to the production committee. Because just like the money raised for anime came through them first, the money profited from anime goes to the committee first as well. Because they are the ones that technically own the anime. Because anime is a stock, and only the owners of that stock get to reap the profit of it. Besides, the creators involved in the project already got paid up front, not our problem if they went over budget. Which means even if an anime is a big hit, sometimes the anime studio doesn't get a single penny. Knowing all this would explain why, even though the anime production industry has been collapsing inwards for a few years, anime and the anime distribution
right now because I'm bad with money. I'm trying to get better, but bad habits like DoorDash aren't helping. Morganar said not as much as you think. Crunchyroll released it last year. Spent $60.
Oh, okay, never mind. I thought you had from 1977. That's actually cool, boy. Look at that structure. Look at that. Look at that. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Hey, it's awesome. I like it. I like it.
Artextric says nice.
Nice.
Morganar said thank you.
No
but
problem.
The hair is bothering me.
The hair? Oh. Okay, let me do something real quick.
Morganar said he'd like to draw it better.
Okay, so...
Flynn Vassence asks that's mine, right?
Let me see. Let me see here. So if I were to play... Let me see.
distribution industry have reached all-time highs because they're either paid on their own terms or through being on the production committee, not starved of money and also getting the profits last, which makes anime studios mass outsourcing work to lower wage countries like China or the Philippines seem a lot more reasonable. Well, it would be.
Okay, so if the hair, I'm gonna do real quick. So if it's just about the hair, you said, thank you, but I would like to draw it better. So with the hair, I would do something around the lines of, let me use a crayon. Make it more flowy. Because since it's hair, I'll do it like that. You can do it in chunks if you like. And then like that. And then the hair, I think the ear. I'm not sure. Okay, so right here. This, if this is shaved or so. That, if you want to do it like that. Right. And then at the ear. I'm doing it pretty fast, so.
Morgan R said, oh my god, my mind is blown.
Like that.
The top is slicked back, but it makes sense the ends flow more.
Yeah, because the top is slicked back. Because this is why whenever I draw heads, always make sure to draw them through, like this. And then we'll pull it back, like that. So it feels more like that. Now, I don't know if this part is shaved, but if it is, I would, if this part is shaved, like, that one, I forgot what it's called. It's like a Viking, like a hairstyle. I'll have this like this. That, so we can see where the beginning and ends are from here. That's how I would do it. And then because the horns are here, I would draw the hair first before I draw the horns. Because if the horns are there, if it's, I think it's one horn, but if it's two, just in case if there is two. Oh, I made it two right here. If it's that's far back, because you have it by the ear, so I don't know if it's actually that
Morgan
far.
R said not shaved. I just was drawing in the dark about how hair tucks behind ear.
Okay, so
first.
if the hair's tucked behind the ear, I would draw it like this. Then if this is just the focus on the ear from that point, I would draw it like, and then make these lines. I'm gonna just erase this part so you can just see what I'm talking about. I'm gonna just erase this whole thing. So I'm gonna erase this, get this ear. All right, and then what I will do, since the ear is like kind of stuck behind, I have to indicate to the audience that there's a little bit of a tucking over here, because that tucking will indicate here where the hair is coming from. So once I tuck that, I erase the lines that's crossing through, and then it'll be consistent. So this is why when I sometimes tell my students,
Flynn Bassens asks, I have to know, do you prefer the 4Kids One Piece opening or the Japanese one?
I always prefer the 4Kids one. I'm sorry, I know I might be trash, but I don't care. The rap one is just, it just kills. It kills. It doesn't have to. I'm not saying that the 4Kids version of One Piece is great. I'm not saying that. I'm saying the opening song.
Bassens asks the rap.
Yeah, it goes hard. To this day, I still like it. I don't care. It is one of my favorite songs when it comes to the One Piece situation. Oops. Actually, I made the nose look a lot lower, but anyway, right here, and then like that. So, oh, and the ear, I don't think it should be this big, but I made it too big. That's my fault. But the point of when I drew the hair...
You know people have been shot for less.
Let me see. Yo. Yeah, you know, people have been showered. Yeah, true. True, you're not wrong. But I still think the rap it goes hard. I think the dude who wrote the song finished the actual full song on TikTok. I think, if I remember right. So when I put here, because since the here
Ninja just said hi.
going behind the head like this, then we just have to make sure it's kind of like flowing with that.
Flynn Vassen said hello.
To a degree. So just make sure when you're doing the hair, make that tuck-in part comes in so the audience knows what's going on with this hair. So like ear, boop, 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 and then tuck in, we'll tuck in right there, and then the hair should fall through based on what you're trying to do.
Morgan just gifted JR a subscription.
Oh, cool. Thank you. Thank you for getting that to JR. I appreciate it.
Flynn Vassens asks the Onion.
The Onion? Let me see.
Morgan said thank you for the tutorial.
No problem. I hope it helps. I hope it taught you anything, because I don't know if like it was helpful or not. I'm not totally sure. Because like it's not like I don't draw men or draw them with these hairstyles, but like sometimes it could be tricky trying to make sense out of them when there's a lot going on, like with the horns and all that stuff, and then the ear, and I would just make a tuck in just to show that it's being tucked in behind the hair. But that's pretty much what needs to be indicated.
Flynn
but anything that you're
just
good.
Gifted Beanbag a subscription.
Cool. Yay!
More reasonable if it made everyone's life easier.
Thank you, guys.
But it doesn't. Because now with workers spread out all over the world, it becomes increasingly more difficult to coordinate this ginormous border-transcending system to match the week-on-week deadline that someone decided the anime industry should move at. Because at the end of the day, give a studio all the money they want, but it's never going to matter if the anime just never comes out.
Rolling on the floor, rocking remotely, rolling on the floor, rocking remotely.
The final season of Attack on Titan is kind of a joke. Delays on top of delays have turned the finale of Isayama's story into perhaps the only real-life example of an infinite fractal. And for a series where the final season was handed off from the incumbent WIT Studios to Mappa solely because WIT was having some behind-the-scenes chaos, it's just...
She's not Flynn.
No, I'm serious.
Oh. You can give people... Wait, hold up. Whoa, how the fuck? You can do that?
Ninja just said, I am so sorry, I am not English, I am French.
It's all right. You're perfectly fine. I didn't know you can give people you can gift them stuff like that, just like that. I didn't know you can do that. That's kind of crazy. I thought that would be like literally in the stream.
Flynn Vassens said it's anyone that is subscribed.
Oh, that's crazy. I did not know that. That's cool. Thank you. Wow, that's crazy.
Flynn Vassens said
production issues, especially when
that
the
is
employees
crazy.
Are working so many hours that is being compared to literal slavery. Well, let me ask you a question. If you were a freelance animator working on some no-name anime, would you keep working at these amazing wage rates? What about like twice over? Thrice over? How about 10 times over? No, I'm being completely serious. Not only is VA and sound work done before the animation is completed, meaning studios have to rush out a rough draft for the VAs before then going back and then remaking everything for real. If you look closer at the production system chart that was somehow legibly translated from a 240p picture, you realize that the vast majority of the blocks here are literally just checking if things are done right and then redoing them over and over again, which, even though it works, pisses off literally everyone involved in making it, whether it's the higher-ups, the entry-level workers, the production company, or even the audience, forced to watch as the system hemorrhages time away as it's stuck looping the same track over and over and over again, creating an uncontrollable crisis that forces more and more employees to work longer and longer hours to make up for all the time wasted away, until inevitably someone, somewhere, reaches their breaking point.
Nightbot's on some shit. I gotta fix him. I don't know why he keeps coming after people.
Nearly 400
He's coming after JR mostly.
In 1 month, doing the very important job of coordinating this ginormous mess. After having to drive around all night and day in a company car delivering materials to studio employees, the consequences of this broken system finally caused him to collapse on the street as he returned home at 7 a.m. But come on, is it really that surprising? I mean, the most obvious consequence of having such a huge production system is that there are so many points of failure. One delay, anywhere. Whether it's because the director overslept, the animator got an injury, or some outsourced person is late on delivery, one delay cascades down the entire system, causing everything behind it to get even further behind. The worst part is, the anime industry kind of brought this one on themselves too. With nearly every studio being in Tokyo and pay rates being not so great. Many employees are forced to work on multiple jobs, in multiple projects, sometimes in multiple companies. This set of circumstances means that every single time an anime upload deadline rolls around, that there's an ungodly crunch hour where employees are trying to make up for so much lost time that they can't eat or sleep or even go home. Because it's not like episodes are worked on one by one, they're worked on in batches of 3 or 4, which means if a delay happens, it's not just merely one episode off schedule, it's a third of the season, with all this pressure and chaos coming down on employees who are most of the time just blameless victims. Some people will stay up nights to make those deadlines, while others, understandably, are done with this bullshit and decide to just disappear in the middle of the production process, making everything worse. And almost all of them will wish that this system was different. That they, the government, or something will come in and fix this abomination of a system that exploits their passions and dreams to basically voluntarily enslave them. But at the end of the day, all of that is merely just a pipe dream, because the struggle to make anime a good place to work has been fought for decades upon decades by some of the most venerable names in Japanese history, and near nothing has changed. Because while our story may have started with The Promised Neverland, the true story stretches far into the past, almost 100 years back to modern anime's birth, when one war ended and another began.
1945.
When America occupied Japan at the end of the Second World War, they restructured everything about the country. That included a concept that most Japanese had never heard of before: collective bargaining. And I mean, it's not too hard to see why labor unions were kind of foreign to the Japanese. In a country where harmony and the respect to hierarchy was the norm for like a lot of years, a ragtag group of subordinate employees getting together and demanding something from their boss was something people just would not do. Inevitably, though, the concept began to see adoption, and in 1961, anime's first labor union was formed, the Toei Animation Labor Union. Remember Toei? And to be fair to the union, they actually did quite a lot. Founded by people involved in the production of Lupin III, and eventually coming to involve a very impassioned chief secretary by the name of Hayao Miyazaki, the union fought tooth and nail, winning concession after concession after concession, but they were on borrowed time. Toei had already started hiring out domestic freelancers in place of permanent employees, making unionization more difficult. 2 years later, Tezuka propped up this weekly upload norm, and then anime started to get really expensive, to the point where, by the time the 70s rolled around, Toei, along with some other anime studios, were hundreds of millions of yen in debt, and Toei decided to conveniently solve the problem by just nuking half of its workforce. As you'd expect, people were pissed. And while the union would fight a 2-year court battle that would recapture 18 of 170 layoffs, 150 of those people, whether laid off or not, permanently left, including 2 friends who went on to establish a studio called Ghibli. After this, the situation only got worse. With anime expenses getting higher and higher, a studio called Sunrise would pioneer the concept of international outsourcing when it produced Mobile Suit Gundam. And as more and more of the industry turned into independent contractors now scattered all across the world, union organization became more and more untenable. And as production committees and the horrible working conditions of the modern anime industry began to solidify, the first generation of animators decided to try one more time to save what they loved so dearly, aimed at appealing to one actor that had more power than the companies did: the government. And to be clear, J-Anika, a union founded by old people like Toyo Ishida and Satoshi Kon, was initially just aiming for guaranteeing retirement benefits, nothing more. But as the years rolled on and the working conditions of the anime industry were leaked to the Japanese public, the union gathered more and more members that weren't as old, and eventually became the spearhead of the anime unionization effort, putting a number of things it set out to do, including getting the support of the government of Japan. Unfortunately, that government didn't stay in power for long, and Janika's proposals were cancelled, being cited as a waste of taxpayers' money. While Janica would continue its efforts valiantly, it had reached its peak. Infighting and an unsupportive government doomed any future efforts. The union's last stand would come with a project that translates to anime's future. Proposed to the Department of Cultural Affairs, the entire project's premise was that if you paid people more people will want to come and work. Come on.
No shit.
But for one reason or another, Anime Mirai didn't prove to be successful enough to continue, and the entire program was given to the Japanese Animation Association, a group of 38 of the biggest animation companies in Japan, who coincidentally decided to switch the premise of the program. The anime industry now reaching 90 years old, and Janika's original founder now dead, most of the old guard took their leave. With nothing to show but blood and defeat in a war that lasted nearly a century. The men and women that had built and fought for anime. Their love, their life,
Flynn Bassett said it's a hypothetical.
Their legacy.
Oh, you're saying if I was canceled? As a hypothetical, what happened if I was canceled? Well, it depends on what I'm getting canceled for. If I did something actually heinous, that's one thing. But if I said like a hot take and people don't like it, they can go fuck off.
Flynn Bassett said yes.
They can go straight up and fuck off. And not only that, one thing. Not only that, like, I work for myself, so it's not like I work for any company like that. So. They can't even cancel me if they wanted to. I usually do everything myself, so. That's why you don't see me work at AAA studios. I don't think I would if I wanted to. If the pay is high, yeah, sure, whatever. But like if I don't have to, or the pay is not what I want it to be, then I won't do it. I'll just do my own damn thing. So, let's just work on my other business that I'm working on.
Ninja just said tu comprends le français ou pas.
Finally, Dave.
Flynn Bassett asks some hacker canceled your Twitter account subscription. What do you do?
I'll say thank you.
本当に素晴らしいのかどうかわからないじゃない。全部私だけじゃない。愛がこれ好き。呪われた夢なんです。本当にきちんと考えたら映画が好きだったのはただのそういう趣味でしょう。
JR said people who cancel others would point out Jewish to Germans in the 1940s.
Yeah, people who cancel others would point out Jewish to Germans in the 1940s, yeah.
かつてそういう映画が作られたことがあったかもしれない。今も映画の価値があるわけではない。
Flynn Bassett said subscribe to Angle Jello.
多くはくだらないんです、僕らの世界は。
Subscribe.
難しいんだ。
What the fuck?
To be honest with you, this next part of the video is kind of dangerous. Dangerous because, well, the anime we know and love is gone. Because it's not just some girls running around on a screen
said, I don't know what
it's
I
a
just said,
$28 billion
Hold on.
system that controls hundreds of thousands of real lives and whose influence has reached hundreds of millions more. So when we talk about fixing it, we're talking about fighting politics, multi-billion-dollar companies, and centuries-old traditions, which, I mean, at the end of the day, that just sounds like we're gonna need a lot more people. Luckily for us, it's not like this hasn't happened before. 4 years before Tezuka would make his debut, his role model Walt Disney was experiencing a similar fallout, as a giant portion of his workforce went on strike for, quote, unfair and disorganized pay practices, after the man himself told them that they should essentially shut the fuck up and go focus on making good food instead. Which kind of begs the question, how did Japan go so wrong? I mean, the unions caught up pretty quickly to Disney after what he did, but Miyazaki couldn't? I mean, Miyazaki and his 98 other friends? Surely they could have fought on for a few more years and avoided this entire shit show. And history would forever know the name of the Toei Animation Labor Union. No. If you take a look at all the anime released nowadays and trace them back to what studio made them, you'll realize that, well, there's not a lot of Toei here. So what exactly would the Toei Union do for anyone who works outside of Toei? Yeah. Nothing. Which is exactly why, even though on paper they accomplished a lot, in reality the Toei Union didn't really do much at all. Because they worked to better the conditions at Toei, not anime. And well, aside from Janica, there was never an anime union. And given that everyone's outsourcing everyone now, it's kind of not possible to make one. Which makes anime the only instance I know of where the companies are better at organizing themselves than the workers. But at the end of the day, unions, politics, power, it all precipitates the actual
Ninja
problem.
just said rolling on the
Money.
floor
God,
laughing
sure as fuck.
emoji rolling
Because
on the
regardless
floor
of how many
laughing
other
emoji.
things people want to try and solve first, from how inefficient making anime is to the looming aging crisis it will soon face, it all stems from the fact that no matter which way you put it,
Flynn
no one's going to work
hasn't said a lot.
7-day, 100-hour work weeks for months on end, getting paid anywhere from less than $3 an hour to $5 a fucking day. Because it's just not right. And if you speak in business better than morals, it's not operationally sustainable. And unless people are content with letting Japanese anime, with all of its history, its people, its products, and its influences burn straight into the ground and become another part of history where we wonder what could have been, nothing's going to change. Which means that, well, the fate of anime is really up to the people that watch it, us, to decide whether or not we're okay with the way history is going. Not knowing that behind every opening we skip,
Ninja just
every
said
filler
yeah.
episode we see, and every canceled season we lament, the people who made what changed so many of our lives continue to fight, to share their dreams with us, to share their stories with us, to share their
Flynn
anime
hasn't
with
said
us.
C.
And I think it's about time we give something back.
Okay, we'll do one more video and then we'll call it a night. Oh, Hassan's in big trouble again.
Federal government that squashed, okay?
Tibet is the South in the
Flynn
Civil War.
Bassett said I don't know much else at the moment. Rolling on the floor laughing emoji.
Well, Trash
Right,
Case has
Triplo
finally
says,
got
yo,
their head
boy.
slammed between
Yo,
a
boy.
clock frame and a door for platforming Hassan Piker, the Alex Jones of the left.
I'm a propagandist.
Well, no.
For the record.
No, I'm not calling
I'm
it
a
that. I'm just
propagandist.
I'm just saying. I'm going to play you.
I'm saying I am.
Okay, well then,
I'm saying I am.
I just
before
want to
you
put
even play it.
But
Flynn
10
Bassett
times
said
worse,
just started.
because the media paints him as some sort of superhero. We all know this dude is a terrorist apologist.
America deserved 9/11, dude.
Ninja
I'm
just
saying
said
it.
rolling on the floor laughing emoji rolling
I'm
on the floor laughing
amazed
emoji. The
of
moment is
his
so funny.
genius.
To think, instead of making fun of Twitch dots for grooming their fan base into being pay pigs with lonely fools, I could have interviewed actual terrorists and said they're like Luffy from One Piece, and I would be a media darling.
Aside, right? But he is a person whose only experience is like, it's literally like talking to Anne Frank, basically.
What the fuck?
Morgan R said OMG. My Grigor has never looked this good, face holding back tears emoji. I'm seriously so grateful for your help with that design.
Oh, no problem. No problem. So I do.
Oh well, I zigged when I should have zagged.
I'm
3 weeks
glad that
after
it helped
Ethan
you,
Klein dropped
actually.
the content nuke that
Actually,
made normies aware of
surprised
how
it did.
far gone Hassan Piker has always been. Oddly enough, there were a few articles that came out just in time after the content nuke,
Ninja
claiming
just said
that
J. Paco
Hassan is the
belong with
left's
Ye to say
version
K
of
to
Joe
his death.
Rogan. Surely he must be a great guy.
Twitch's Hassan Piker wants fellow leftists to know that having fun isn't bourgeoisie decadence.
Flynn
Yeah,
Bassett said
I'm
I
pretty
don't
sure
know
he would
why
like you to know that as he drives
where I
his
am,
$300,000
but not what I'm
Porsche
doing.
around and flies from private jets to Coachella wearing ugly, absorbent name brand clothes that are worth thousands of dollars. Nothing says the common man like drip.
Who's afraid of Hassan Piker? He's outspokenly liberal. He's hot.
Boner alert.
Young men actually listen to him. Is he the answer the Democrats are looking for?
If so,
Hell
it's
no.
wonder Trump won.
Fuck no.
Did you miss
Right,
his
Triplo
coverage
says
of the
low.
election? Watching him and Vosh
Flynn
crash
Bassett
out
says
as
to his hustle.
Kamala Harris was soundly defeated.
He's a moron who says a bunch of hot takes that doesn't make a lot of sense, or he apologized for terrorism and all that stuff because some stupid reason, something stupid. And then he talked to an actual terrorist, pirate terrorist, and then said that Luffy would be on his cause or some stupid shit.
Oh, I had my life. My PJ pants were pitching a full tank. Stop up!
He's the dude who said we need to eat the rich and all that stuff, but he lives in. He's the type of person who said he's the person who said
fascists.
that too. It's like he will say he's the type of person who'll say we need to eat the rich and all that stuff, and the rich needs to go down knowing that he lives in a $20 million mansion that he owns.
You don't hate modern journalists enough. These two articles dropping at the same time like a review embargo for the RTX 50 series graphics cards reek of paid advertisements in the wake of the content nuke and the upcoming content nuke 2.
And what we're going to learn about Hassan in part 2, which he's forced me to make. I decided I'm making part 2. And I'm calling it the ultimate fail son, or the prodigal fail son, something like that. But I've decided that I'm going to compile... God, he really forced me to do all this shit. Like, I just want to be done with this. But the world needs to know that he's actually the worst. And
oh shit!
This one is going to be...
Oh my God! The snake is eating itself. He's fine. Oh no! I think Jordan Lee Peterson said this. Eventually, it was either him or Hassan. He said that once you start doing shit like this, you're gonna start become the very people that you have a problem with. Like it's
Flynn
funny
Bassett
because.
asks, do you know what Homestuck is Artextric?
What do you know at Homestuck? Isn't Homestuck like that? Well, isn't Homestuck two things? Like, I remember there was one thing. I remember, like, the term Homestuck. I think I heard it from, like, a comic book. Was there a comic book called Homestuck? Or something like that? Or people who, like, do farming or something?
So it's going to be like, if you think I'm just making this video out of spite, you're right.
Flynn Bassett said,
anyway, let's see what one of these articles had to say. I'm sure it's thought-provoking. Piker wasn't phased. Months later, he posted a video of himself at a car dealership purchasing a $200,000
There you go. Yeah, it was a webcomic. It was an old webcomic. I heard about it in 2013,
Wait till they
I think.
find out that
Or
I'm
2012.
never going to drive it.
Interviews, hard-hitting
That was a
journalism.
long time ago, though.
why
he drove it when he got it. Woo! Dude's like a gay Ric Flair.
As a fresh wave of outraged MAGA acolytes filled his mentions, does a socialist reveling in his abundance exposure of a political contradiction, perhaps, but Piker has always correctly identified that in 2025 when Trump and the man... Oh, get out of here. I'm so... As Piker is a young man...
Dude, he's almost 40.
What?
But
How old is he? Wait, how old is Hassan? I thought he was, like, in his early... like late 20s, mid to late 20s.
Flynn Bassett said made by something hussy and music made by the creator or Undertales.
He's not almost 40. What the fuck? No, he's 33. He's in his early 30s. That's Ethan Klein. He's actually near 40. He's 39. The fuck? Bro was born was 90, 91. He's 33. That's not 40.
If he isn't already.
to his enormous windfall in a way that is extremely relatable for other young men.
Yeah, sure. I'm 100% sure. You know, the Zoomers that are broke, eating ramen noodles, totally can relate. When you're taking the bus or you're driving your 1990s Honda Civic because it's all you can afford and even that's overpriced, seeing Hassan in a 200-grand Porsche really connects with their children. The boys love him. He's real big at Honolulu. I mean, hell, even I can't relate to this guy. Working long, miserable hours, getting constantly on, in hopes of being able to afford a modest home and little dudes in a...
Flynn Bassett asks, are you a Zoomer or a
Hassan lives a
millennial?
super aspirational
I'm a millennial.
life.
I was born in 94.
A lot of other men on the left don't have that same aspirational aesthetic to them. Taylor Lorenz, an author journalist who covers internet culture, told me there's a generation of young people who want to consume media from someone they look up to. They want to improve their lives. They want to imagine a better world for themselves. And a lot of people are selling that better future in a package
Flynn
that
Bassett
is
said
cheap.
that's basically
I think
a
that
Zoomer.
Hassan sells them on the
No.
progressive future.
I don't
Just
think
like
so.
that. He came in like a knight in shining armor.
I think people are Zoomers, boomers. I think they're born in the 80s. I think late 80s. Or year range. I think it's year range. Yeah, people who are boomers are, I guess, Gen Zs. Let me see. Gen X, Gen Z. Hold on. Let me see. Can I grab that? X. Millennial. Year range, I think year range. Yeah, millennials is between 1981 to 1996. I was born in 94, so I'm a millennial. So, yeah. Boomers, or Zoomers, or Boomer, age years, is 1946.
said, Generation Y are people born between 1981 and 1996, and Generation Z are people born between 1997 and 2012.
Yeah, I'm a millennial.
Flynn Bassens said back end of it.
Yeah. Anyone's in a boomer is 1946 to 1964. So.
Brightriclose says 1999 for me.
So that means if he's 1999, he's in your Gen Y. Gen Z? You're Gen Z. You and Bean are Gen Zs.
Lex asks Homestuck mention?
So yeah. That's pretty much what that is.
And saved my life.
Jolly Hunter says 1998.
Because they said for
Brightriclose says gotcha.
From 97 to 2012. So that's you and Bean and my sister.
Flynn Bassens said Homestuck was mentioned.
96 and back is anyone 96 to 96 to 81 is me and Ari and the girlfriend.
On a pike. There's no person on a pike on that photo unless I saw something.
Cometh the hour.
Cometh the man.
This has to be one of the most insane things I've ever read in my life. I almost vomited.
Jolly Hunter says wow.
Okay, I definitely puked in my mouth a little bit reading this.
So me and him are millennials.
I'm not reading any more of this puff piece. I never thought in my life I could see words on a screen blow with dude, but here we are. Don't listen to content, Noob. Ignore the video clips of Hassan saying horrible things. He really is the new Jesus Christ, and he's suffering for your sin.
This is fine.
Anyway, someone on Trash Taste made the trash decision to have him on again and received a bit of total nuclear fallout. And it is glorious to view, children. The content Nuke made so many people, normies, aware of who Hassan is that is actually wild. The fact that people today are just now figuring out what he said about 9/11, and that was like back in 2016, is wild to me.
No, because people like him in 2016 who said shit like this was the saviors of Earth. And then now people 10 years later are figuring out they're the real terrorists. But people like me who had problems with him, you was a hater or something to that extent. He didn't put common sense. He just said anything that sounded great at the time. He didn't think out the things he was saying. Now it's biting him in the ass. So people who was fans of him are now realizing he's an idiot. Pretty much. I'll smash that. Smash that ramen soup. Smash that ramen soup.
To put it simply, Hassan is a wild animal who is so far left that he even hates your standard liberal.
Liberals are some of the easiest to manipulate people on the planet, dude.
There you go. There you go. There you go. You know what I'm saying? He says shit like this, and then you guys be on the same side.
I hate liberals, dude. I do. I hate them. I hate them so viciously. Sorry, dude. I hate liberals so much. Liberals are.
You know what I'm saying? You see what I'm talking about? We're on the same team, and he's saying shit like this. Like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck?
Burden on this planet, dude. Liberals are the most, like, scummy, vile idiots. Liberals are incredibly stupid. I hate these petulant liberal.
Oh my god, bro.
Liberals.
He seems like a nice guy.
Yep.
Pretty much the reason Twitch had an adpocalypse. That is right. This dude brought Twitch low. in a way that not even the thoughts could have ever achieved
Flynn
in
Bassett said,
years
I don't
of
hate them. I just believe they're
thoughterry.
misguided and don't know what they're talking about.
Most of the time, don't.
Laughing my ass off. Hassan Piker deleted all of his old Twitch streams because Democrat Congressman Richie Torres wrote to Twitch about Hassan encouraging people to bubble senators and calling people inbred pigs. It is so over, you guys.
In an attempt to be unbiased, which is completely impossible for me, I want to say that Hassan Piker allegedly said these things, but I have seen him literally say things out of pocket like this all the time.
Well, my understanding is that the property owners who have properties there choose just not to rent it at all.
Yeah.
Adelaide, Perth, Melbourne, Canberra.
And let the streets soak in their red capitalist bloods, dude.
Oh my God, bro.
He seems nice.
So I'm going to lean towards he probably did say these things. I have seen him excuse terrorists for struggling people they kidnap. If I ever said that on YouTube or Twitch, I'd be banned for life. That's why these platforms have a
Flynn
two-tier
Bassett said
system, and it'll
apparently
never
I
be
consider
fixed
Yasser.
until it's treated like Doge with the
Yeah, we are.
Grab the people who are the problem and throw them out on their ass. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, Hassan Piker, a massive clout demon. He goes to the Stupid Streamy Awards, which is a jerk-off fest for streamers now.
Oh,
This
hell
is where
yes.
we're at with content creation.
Yes, yes.
It's as bloated, fat, and corpulent and incestuous as Hollywood and the music industry now. Congratulations, we're just as bad. But anyway, point being, he's over here, and he's I show speed verbally in front of our eyes.
Sorry, my God. Listen, I DM'd you the other day to tell you how much I appreciate you. You are.
Oh my God. Really, bro? Come on, man. Leave the boy alone. Jesus Christ. You're really on that. You're a clout. Oh my God. You fucking.
Fantastic. I think you're doing a phenomenal job. I love your evolution.
You're not watching his videos. Trust me, he's not watching his videos. His evolution. Shut the fuck up. Shut up.
All the way. Yes, sir. Last time I think you were worried about donating to my charity that I was putting together for Syria and Turkey. Oh yeah.
Oh, here he goes. Here he goes. He's plugging it in. He's plugging it in. He made sure. This man, I swear, the hustle's real. I respect it, but you're an asshole still. But Jesus Christ, man. He plugged that in.
Said we don't talk about the soup, only the
Sauce, right? Bro, he really just did that. He plugged that in hard. He made sure the camera was there to say that. Are you really? Is it really? Really? Why did you have to do this on his camera? Why you have to do this on the camera? Why didn't you send us a message? You know what I'm saying? Why didn't you not send us a private message? If you're just giving him accolades and just come on, man. Come on, Hassan. We know what you're doing, bro. Don't do this. Don't do this, bro.
Last couple of years, I'm a big fan. Turkish donut is obviously the best donut.
Uh-huh.
Oh my God.
Disgusting! Never have I seen such a display of blatant puffery.
I'm also excited to announce that this stream is being brought to you with limited ads, thanks to all the articles written about Hassan, who's not even in his seat. Where is he?
Why would
he's
Hair of the
talking.
Misfit said, hello, Artextric, what you drawing today?
I'm right now working on an animatic.
Anyway, he appears on Trash Taste, and it didn't go well for our little freedom fighter, as he likes to call terrorists. Let's take a liggity look.
Blue Lock is a boy love anime. The only part in Blue Lock that doesn't make it fully a BL, I guess, is that they don't kiss.
Boys love dudes get giga-ram.
No. I get that.
Not
I get
all the time.
No, Jesus Christ.
They get impregnated.
What the hell?
What are you talking about?
They have been deleting comments
Bro,
on
what?
their new upload on YouTube that express dislike for inviting Hassan on the podcast. Sad to see they had to delete so many comments. I like Trash Taste, but this is very disappointing. Insecure much. Funny how this comment section suddenly started glazing Hassan after ripping him apart. Don't think we didn't notice that the top comments got removed.
That's because the comments got removed, and then Hassan told his people to go in there and write positive things about him. This dude's ego is as fragile as Dark Side Phil, except
Right for close says what blew up you've been watching.
Wild.
I don't know.
Here's some Twitter.
I really don't know what he's talking
Why
about.
are they having literal terrorists on the podcast? One of the worst guests they ever brought on. This is why I don't follow you guys. Piker is a miserable asshole, and you're miserable for even associating with him. Now I have a reason to dislike you guys. Definitely not watching Terrorist Sympathizer. As awful as you might be, you can get along with the guy in your private life.
True. That's how most people treat me in content creation.
But as content creators, maybe try to distance yourself from them. This is definitely not a good look for your channel and online reputation in general.
I bet Jobby the Hunk got these same messages about me. I still love the guy.
I feel like men that openly talk to Hassan have demons in their closet, and women that are into him are mentally unwell.
Yes,
Yep.
this is actually true.
This is true. I believe it.
Oh, someone please stop him.
Imagine collaborating with a terrorist supporter that believes America deserves 9/11.
The first thing I did when this episode came out was scroll down to the comments. There were hundreds of them expressing the fact that they did not like having Hassan back. Some of them had almost 1,000 likes. Now those comments are just gone. Is the people who manage this channel actually deleting them? Please let this just be a YouTube glitch, because otherwise, wow, that would be low. Truly sad. I hope the boys get as far away from this dickhead as humanly possible. Shame right after a good special too. First time seeing a 50% like.
No, this dude needs to feel how conservatives felt in the last 10 years. He needs to know how it feels to be constantly canceled for your appearance for the shit you say and do. They need, most of these liberal political content creators need the same treatment that they put a bunch of conservatives under that same, and even like liberal in the middle type people at the same time, because they like to call everyone a Yahtzee every 5 seconds when you don't agree with them with their bullshit. So yeah, I think this is a perfect thing that happened to him. He'd be a perfect poster child of what happens when you're an idiot and you say stupid shit and then don't think nothing's gonna happen to you because you think you're talking the right talking points at the fucking time. Like, come on.
Assuming the extension is actually 30 minutes after the upload. It was the same last time he was on. Wow. Hassan Malds, while reading hate comments from his Trash Taste podcast episode, directs his audience to get in and actively counter the brigade.
Mr. President, the second Piker has hit the trash taste. Why would you do this, Hassan? Really? The terrorist endorser? Shame. I noticed lately you guys are not up to date with the internet, but this is a whole new level of out of touch. Too bad. I get irritated from just seeing his face. The guy has said so many profoundly idiotic things that I honestly cannot listen to a word from him. The brigade is on, folks. Get in and actively counter the brigade.
Damn, man, I couldn't imagine actually being genuinely rich and sitting and staring at hate comments about me.
Yeah, for real.
Jesus Christ. Dude, people who
I
look
can't do
themselves
that.
Up like this,
Yes. You have too much time in your hands. You have too much fucking time in your hands. Like, for real, bro. Like, what are you doing? You have too much time on your fucking hands to be making this much money and be watching comments. Come on, man. You're not even making a video. You're just on stream. Come on, man. Do something productive. Make some, I don't know, do something. Make some content. Stop doing this. There's no way. Just no way, bro. You have too much time.
in social media, they're massive narcissists.
This is why I don't know how these people who like take it upon themselves to be on all these like part of these movements when you can hardly pay rent. How can you hardly pay rent and be on these movements and be going out fighting for people's rights and stuff when you have no money? How do you do this? You know what I'm saying? You know, put that in your head, like these people are like activists in one way or another for some stupid cause, and you think to yourself, aren't most of you unemployed? Then you guys say that the economy is horrible. How do you have time to do this? Shouldn't you be like looking for a job or trying to better your situation? No, you're trying to save people from the other side of the planet that will never fuck with you if they know your sensibility. They knew your morals half the time. You know what I'm saying?
Right for close says definitely unemployed.
It must be.
Jolly Untra says I love that show.
That's crazy to me. It's the USA. Yeah, USA.
Because I've dealt with them.
Is sometimes we'll stare into the darkness on this broadcast. Like we'll look at like what they're saying, and they just can't comprehend how like journalists are still covering this guy in a positive way. What's going on? And it's like, dude, why do you
Right
think?
for close
do you
says
think, like,
because
a
it was
40-year-old
time for that.
journalist has no political convictions of their own?
Look, come on, dude. Journalists sat there and told everybody in America Biden was not on a cognitive decline. They literally said that old dude had the body of a 40-year-old and the mind of like a young man. Get out of here. Journalists will lie or tell whatever narrative they want.
Well, then again, a lot of young men are not mentally sound anyway, so they may be on the point on that one. Of today, a lot of them are not mentally sound. Let's just call it for what it is. Let's just be honest.
Nobody trusts the media anymore.
You're like a 40-year-old dude on Twitch right now being like, you're the one who's out of touch, Hassan. Because in spite of the fact that you are one of the most popular content creators on Twitch, I still think, me and my homies think you're a bad guy. And the more you don't realize that other people don't see it the way that you do, the more you just make up conspiracies in your mind. You can say womp womp all day, but the real womp is happening to you, old man. Calm down.
Bro, you're like 40. Cut this shit out.
Well, he's not 40, but I get what you're saying. He's too
I
old
don't
for
think this is all organic trash taste fans, by the way. I don't think anyone would care enough to follow everything he does to say they hate him. But then again, I could be wrong. I got lots of weirdos roaming the web recently.
Low.
It's okay to correct the record, in my opinion. They get away with saying a lot of totally ridiculous things. Everyone is capable of making up their mind if they simply watch the stream. Anyway, yeah. All the people that were on Twitter, Reddit, YouTube that didn't like them, all the YouTube comments that got deleted, all these people, they're just the same band of detractors. Just keep winning, King. So there you go. That was his moment on Trash Taste that basically amounts to nothing because people will forget in like a week, but it really did a number in his ego.
Yeah, that's Hassan Piker is pretty much a dark side Phil. A better looking dark side Phil. Pretty much, if you think about it. It's crazy.
Asks, can you rate my squiggly line art?
You want me to, but I don't see why not.
Close says dang pretty accurate.
Yeah. Okay, I should end the stream, but I'll do one last video. I know I said that before. I know it's 8. But I just want to knock out the next one here. I want to get the shoes and everything, and then let's see. It should be. Wait a minute. I want to play this one, but I think it's going to cause too much trouble. KK did nothing. Cover new mess down over Dojo.
Flynn Bassett said okay, send it in the artwork channel.
Okay, I'll go look in the check in a second. This is 5 hours ago, but it's not like we didn't see this, but
Captain America Brave New World. The shit show that keeps on...
You know what? Fuck it. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna play Russian roulette. We're gonna watch some Kyle. Keep saying Sayel. We're gonna watch some Kyle just for the fuck of it. I'm just gonna be that person today. We're gonna play that game. We're gonna play Russian roulette today. Just for the fuck of it.
He, him, them, they
Close says,
always
let's go.
lie. Lucky there's a ton of funding from a Hebrew guy. Larry Fink forced behaviors, black him, terrifying women, and he defend, oppose, deny. Slow the man down, or was it more like Five Guys? Gamergate led to Doge Salon theorize. Disturb the peace, call you pronoun Somali. Abandon childish folly. Better safe than sorry. Early bird gets the worm. I have no need to worry. Watch me disinfect the germs. Why is it your concern when you lost the election? Batteries charged, so it's real smoke detection. Fire now a problem when your people them burning. Chichiman bun up kaimbati yearning. Studio Kuja, fire them witches. Top hex surgery scars, I'm in stitches. Gender switches. Bitch, I told you, compromise the art with your agenda.
Oh, yeah.
And the gamers wouldn't need to use a gun. Bitch, I told you, mandatory ugly means the competition merely has to use the word fun. Bitch, I told you, swapping race and gender, blocking puberty for children is a...
Okay, wait. You wanted me to judge this? He's looking into my soul. It kind of reminds me of the Shreknetta drawing.
Flint Vasson said yes.
You want me to show it? Like, hold on. Let me make this easier. Boop, boop. Okay, like that. I don't know if anyone can see it, but you can see the two eyes, the nose, and the smile.
Flint Vasson said yes.
I don't know if I... Oh, that's the whole thing. Okay.
Close says, oh.
Let's go.
Morgan R said it's the fuel of nightmares. The sleep paralysis demon.
It reminds me of, I don't know why it reminds me of Shrek Netta. Is it because it just looks directly at the camera? I think that's what it is. It
Morgan R said I love it.
I love it. I love it. It looks in your soul and tells you do what you're told or else. Do what you're told or else.
Says teach no law.
Do what you're told or else. Oh, God. You want to see God?
Arrow the Misfit said Artextric, have you listened to The Weeknd's new album, and if so, how do you like it?
No, I do not listen to him. I don't listen to that dude. If I listened to a song from him,
Flint
it was
Vasson
in
said
passing.
rolling on the floor laughing emoji, rolling on the floor laughing emoji, rolling on the floor laughing emoji.
Bro, really telling me you want to see God tonight?
Olympic teardrop.
I think it's awesome.
Bitch, I told
Good
you.
job,
and
Flint.
the future closures come as shocks to no one.
I love it. I actually love it. It's actually cool.
Morgan R said now if that guy said stop him.
Stop
The
him!
reason why forced, ugly, and woke games are now a meme is because of you, beta tester. So, like, comment, join, subscribe. If your voice helped get us here faster. If you're new here, I've been calling my choir beta testers for years. And it's because even though they were promised a complete product, they are often actually paying to beta test often incomplete slop that pussy poser tourists who often get free copies or a t-shirt spend their lives online hiding, burying, filtering, and countering your sentiment because they're apparently offended and triggered by you telling the truth, often with video proof of something that should not work the way that it does, for you paying damn near $100 for it. An anti-profit aversion to appeal is typical in woke games these days because the agenda matters more than your entertainment. And in fact, the entities developing and crafting this supposed escape entertainment have so open a disdain for the audience that they'll routinely shout it from the rooftops. And where it might have previously just been any dissenting voice with a large enough audience that triggered them, now you'll find they'll stoop to even me, and even as far back as 20K subs, because it's obvious that heterosexuality, normality, that's what poses the real threat to they, them in the way of these queer radicals who, of course, have a problem with their inability to force people to act, speak, follow, or obey what they say, and it disturbs them deeply on a level that pervades their nightmares. But why they them hate the audience so much is the best part. It's based on immutable traits like skin color and gender. Immutable is in things they cannot change, with the irony, of course, being that many of them believe they can simply say they are another gender and magically become whatever they wish, and more importantly, that you and I are somehow expected to apply the baby powder and fresh diaper to their bottom, reinforcing their volunteer therapist in our downtime, because most of us don't have jobs that we already have to spend time pretending. I may be one of the only straight men that you know with an exhausting amount of male pick-me's praying every day. Maybe will finally be the day I reciprocate the attention that they endlessly dispense on me, but my concern somehow is still the video games. These activists leap at the opportunity to prove they cannot separate the escape, the fiction, the world that is being built from reality. And their serial injections of woke, sensitive, poorly written, deliberately ugly subversions have guaranteed more studio closures because people can tell the difference. Screech Nazi and fascist gamers have heard worse from genuine fanboys with Christian-level autism, no less. So this can take whatever amount of time you need it to take, you know. I hope the investors give you all the time that you're fucking looking for, because we can keep not buying this for however long it takes. Beta testers, I appreciate your lack of silence because your civil disgust of the forced transandrogyny is bringing this nightmare to a close. Maybe Hoyoverse Games, Love in Deep Space, and Pretty Game Profit will be loud enough to shatter some of the hilarious notions just frightfully pushed by the heavily funded games journos of the dying legacy media. I squawk about a lot of games, mainly as a flex in establishing how astute my observations, even as early as years out, can be. And now that we're approaching some of these things like Mecha Break, blowing past 300,000 concurrent players as bad.
Should I get Mecha Break? Should I get Mecha Break or should I get Monster Hunter? I've been thinking this. I don't know yet. Should I get Mecha Break or should I get
said hello, nude 400.
I was thinking to myself, Mecha Break or Monster Hunter? I feel like you can go wrong with either one. Mecha Break looks promising to a degree. It looks like Robo Overwatch to a certain degree to me. I don't know. I've been thinking that for the longest while. Should I get Mecha Break or should I get Overwatch? I mean Overwatch. What do you call it? Monster Hunter.
As the reviews or mixed as the reception may be, it's
Rydriclo says, which one do you feel like you'll enjoy the most?
That's the problem. That's why I'm asking. Because I don't know. I know I'm gonna like them. I know I'm gonna like them both. It's just like who I'm gonna like the most. So I'm kind of trying to figure that one. I played Monster Hunter before. I played Monster Hunter World, I think it was, and then it was fun. But at the time, by the time I got into it, it was way too, like, people already like not left the game, but it was, you know, it was old. It was an old at the time when I played it on when it came on the Xbox Game Pass way back when, because I wanted to know the hype.
Said hello, Morgan.
So I don't know. Gotta figure that one out.
Western pronoun-centric Concords and Dragon Ages and Dustborns and Avowed.
Gotta figure that one out, bro.
Because they're censored modern audience trash.
Is it? I don't think so. Is it? I know the beta's out, but I don't think it's free.
Morganar said I like the character creation in Monster Hunter Wilds.
Actually, now when you bring it up, I should... Oh wait, he's already showing it.
Downgraded and pussified for weak Redditors who don't even buy it. But China took a universally ugly character and made her sexy, and now the world knows and celebrates a squirrel girl in Marvel Rivals the world over.
Ain't that funny? They celebrate Squirrel Girl all the time.
Their success. There are biters, imitators. Here comes James Gunn. Oh, I wouldn't mind making a DC Rivals myself, as fucking Warner Brothers shuts down 3 studios. What, you gonna put some more ugly characters in there and flatten their chests and cover them all up because the devs are triggered by DEI? Good fucking luck, you know what I mean? It couldn't be a game from over here, you know why? Because America now has the stigma of all these liberal white bitches.
I hate Squirrel Girl, no matter what. Why, though?
Virtue signaling and white savioring all over the video game. You changing a Spanish language to another because you're going to force in that Latinx regardless of whether or not anybody that you actually speak to is about that bullshit. And then they're not. So whoever needs to hear it, remember, I'm not yapping about video games to make friends, and I don't sabotage traction on my own channel because I'm desperate for popularity. I want to show you how upset logic makes the people living to tug at the pant leg of anybody spitting truth. Unqualified supposed chefs who routinely prepare the wrong dish with repulsive ingredients to then burn the food should not retain the title of cook. And honestly, there are too many cooks. Activists with access can force exclusively black people to be generated by AI because agenda don't care about your history, okay?
No.
Activists can get your searches to omit what doesn't align with their bias. Activists can get your phone to autocorrect racist to the president's name because they disagree with the majority and they have the power. So abuse is fine because it's the right side of history. But to they, them, it must be impossible that activists take sledgehammers to the faces of exclusively feminine triggering polygons who are problematic because they're too feminine. Mostly sexy men are fine because that doesn't make the entities jealous, but women must be downgraded. Why don't you just put the full body hijab on already? Gail Simone consulted on woke Wonder Woman. Oh, it's canceled. Oh, yeah, well, you know, it's another Batgirl. Canceled. And if anything at all leaks, it won't be garnering, oh man, we dodged a bullet response. It'll be more like, Jesus Christ, we dodged a nuke. The way some people act over my assertions when I've been saying the same thing for years, almost daily and barely remixed at this point, it's turning my cock a bit hard. My blueprint for how to act is just to match.
You can really customize like that? Oh my god, that
me
goes
and
cool.
consuming my content is one
I had to
thing.
get this Mecha Break game, but then again,
Subjecting yourself to me saying the same thing day in and out. Like these songs that are getting up their ass, you know, they're just you're jumping into the video and you can't skip something because you're worried I'm going to miss something. Amazing. You'll realize just how devastating my effect is as we approach more of what the kids call crash outs from these people. As triggering as rowling is to them, as upset as queers in gaming get at a feminine woman, this is the intensity that I'll match whenever I see that forced, ugly, androgynous bullshit that they need to signal with. And it's going to be signaling like the red flags they are, woke sermons buried in what was supposed to be an escape and beta tester. I encourage you to be as vocal as I've been. People run their mouth on me more than they do IGN's EIC Erwin Lafloyel, who believes Stellar Blades Eve is literally killing women. So if I can harmonize with that seething and add the right amount of cringe to the chemical X and bring this concoction to the kind of level that it needs to be, we could power puff our way back to reality. These soy-drenched normies are as riled up as they were when I initially spoke on Marvel's Avengers for challenging the Concord design philosophy from lazy DEI activists. And it's crazy, because now that we see actual depictions of femininity in games like Marvel Rivals, it seems like people are so satisfied, people are so willing. 40 million players, 3 billion in revenue, but not for the West. I warned that the layoffs would be coming as a consequence to this crap. And here we are. 2025 will break records as it pertains to the amount of entities laid off, many of whom were probably not at fault. And that's how it goes. We've been catching straight on your perpetuation of lies for years, so you can't expect sympathy out of us. And in the same way that I believe this system deserves what it gets after forcing as hard as Kathleen Kennedy has, I believe gamers deserve what they tolerate, now and moving forward. I've witnessed my work affect people who were too scared to speak up, and the inspiration is made ever clearer when you're putting it on the backs of hundreds of dollars in so crippling a time for some people.
I just meant like if you made the arm and you made these lines, does that make it easy for you to understand the mapping of each body part within the arm? So like if you have like forearm, and then you just made the muscles based on the lines that you made, that section off each piece of the puzzle of the arm, does that make it easy for you to see it? That's what I'm saying.
Beta tester, and I didn't consent to it. And maybe if I identified differently, it might be a bigger deal, right? But you know how it is. I hope you've learned to discern based on certain telling reactions. I hope you've learned to map what is and isn't off limits. The please talk to and about me energy that I'm witnessing out of some of these fucking cocks desperate for drama, like, you sorry nigga. It's reached a point it's unprecidented.
Morgan
it's really
your gracious
fun. It wouldn't have been worth their time.
And I desire the sensei's gaze in the artworks channel, please, if it please your majesty,
that
folded hands
attention should be mine.
You have to talk to me
Beta
like
tester,
this.
as much as I love you and think about your boobs, I'm
hold on, it
I
says
got games to play now. You've seen me.
But thank
8
you.
hour, 10 hours.
I'm willing to help. It's what I do.
Having
It's
fun
my
in Marvel
job.
Rivals. I'm having fun.
Speaking
in
of that,
Yakuza.
I won't be.
We're gonna be having
That
fun
reminds
with
me.
Monster Hunter. And I could show you.
Just to be clear, I'm not gonna be streaming tomorrow. I will not be on tomorrow. I will not be streaming tomorrow. If I do stream, I'll be playing video game, but I am not streaming tomorrow like that. I'm not streaming any artwork. I'm not gonna be on tomorrow. So
even more post-woke games that are going to not compete because there need to be competition for
Morgan
that.
R said, in
but
other
they're
words,
going-
Flynn colored the squiggle and I posted what I learned from your hair lesson.
let's
Thank
go.
you for streaming today.
No problem. I won't be streaming tomorrow, and I'll have my mods tell you guys I'm off, so no one misses it. So you guys don't see me on.
says okay. I'll put an announcement.
Yeah, put an announcement. Thank you, Bri. I appreciate it, bro. I don't know if I'm gonna be on either Friday, Saturday, or Sunday either, because I may not be on either of those days either.
400 said, oh, I get Willie, it does help.
I got important stuff I have to take care of. So if I'm not on, that's the reason. If I'm on, I'm playing video game on stream, I'm saying. But 9 times out of 10, I will not be on tomorrow because I'm too busy with stuff I have to take care of.
to
I got
dominate
adult stuff to
people's
do.
attention. It doesn't need to last forever. It could just be the kind of window Animal Crossing had before we hit the next one. But it'd be kind of scary if they had that From Software consistency, right? The people I'm seeing play Genshin these days. Why? Because Hoyoverse hit it with Zenless, hit it with Honkai, hit it with Genshin, and now you worry they do.
Okay, now this game's making me want to get this game now. I probably might get Mega Break.
Catch the fuck.
I'm on that shit on Mega. What the fuck? I am on Mega Break. What the hell? Really? You can do that? What the fuck? The jiggle be jiggling? They be jiggling like that? I don't think breasts jiggle like that. Do they jiggle like that? I don't think they jiggle like that, no. That's crazy. I want to get that game now, right? I think I might get this game. If it's free, that'll be amazing. If it's not, then I may have to buy this game. Oh my god.
And out of focus. I love
That's
you.
crazy.
Close says not that much, but I'm not complaining.
I got you. I got you. Okay. Okay.
He's trying to upset them. It's just really good graphics, smirking face emoji.
Is the gameplay good? I would like to know if the gameplay is actually good though. Cause if the graphics are great. I love that. But if the game is like not fun to play and horrible, I'm not buying it. Cause it's like having a pretty woman who's is useless, or you having a pretty man and he's not useless and he's totally useless. Like I ain't gonna play this. The fuck, like, as great as that looks, like if it's horrible, right? So, I put gameplay over like quality looks because if the gameplay's ass, I bought myself an ass good looking game. I gotta look at some stuff on this.
Said facts.
Like it's not really hard to please me when it comes to video games. Like if the game's fun, whether it's an 8-bit game or like a AAA title, you know what I'm saying? But like when you're trying to woo me with good looks of graphics, but the game is ass, I'm like, that's not a win. That's just like a weird slap of a face by a pretty woman. That's it. Anyway, I think I'm gonna stop it from here. Like I said, I was gonna go a little bit further, but it's fine. I'll finish these two. I'm pretty sure you all figure out who I'm drawing here so
JR
far.
said, I've seen my friend stream it. It looks fun.
It looks fun? Okay, I might get it. I might actually get it. But Monster Hunter looking good, though.
Morgan R asks, will you look at our channel?
Oh, let me look at it real quick. Let me look at it real quick before I go. Oh, you want me to look at that? Let me see. I think I did. Okay, go to our channel. Oh, there it is. I see it. Okay, he gave... Wait, what is this character? I feel like this is an OC. I feel like this is an OC. This is an OC? I feel like it's an OC. What is this character? Like, he colored it, too. It's like if like took Dracula and made him to a Muppet. Wait, come back! No! There you go. It kind of looks like that. If Dracula was a Muppet. but on Sesame Street? And count on that stuff? Actually, wait, there is. It's called count. Never mind. Oh shit, I just forgot.
Morgan R. said,
Count
I
is a
think
thing.
Flynn made it OC. Yeah, he asked you to rate it again, lol.
From a scale of 1 to 10, it was like on a 3. Now it just went up like a 6. I like the colors. Kind of makes me like, it makes me think of the count. That's crazy. I like it. All right, let me see. You said you want me to look at the other one too. Let me see.
Spigby says that's a 10-ick. What you talking about?
I'm the only reason why I put it at 6. If he line arts it, it'll be a 10. It'll pass the 9 part and go up to a 10. I kind of want him to line art it now. Let me see. Let me. What is that? Okay. Oh, let me see. Ooh, much better. Look at that. Let's go. Look how better that looks. Let's go. Good job. Well, look at that. Much better. The hair's down, much more up, and then you put a little the tucking over here. Love that. Let's go. And here. So it goes
Right
from
for
like
close
here.
says, let's go Morgan.
Let's go, Morgan. Let's go.
Morgan R. said, thank you for helping Artextric.
No problem. This is awesome. I like this. Awesome. You. Proud of you guys. All right. So with that said, I'm gonna let you guys go. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate every last one of you. We're gonna call it a night, and I'll see you guys probably Friday, most likely. If not, then somewhere on Monday. Have a good night. Later, guys. Bye bye.